Hi guys, good night. Tell your friends we're live on Facebook, on YouTube rather. The others here, giving the others a few minutes to join us and then we'll begin. We're hoping to start at 8 p.m., which is in 8 minutes.
Hey guys.
All right, good night, guys. We are going to start momentarily. In the meantime, tell your friends we are on. We are going to look at the June 2013 paper in our revision. We're going to start by looking at a few of questions, but we're going to really be all over the place, trying to cover as many topics as possible in a bit to revise for the exam. I'll probably spend 2 hours with you. Providing it all goes well and you're responsive, we're going to spend 2 hours. And that should be it for the exam tomorrow. So tell your friends we're on and we'll get rolling in a bit. All right, so we're ready to start. Good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
All right, so yeah, biology exam tomorrow, HSB exam on Wednesday. Topics are quite similar. The only thing that goes really in depth and different between the two is genetic engineering in biology, a little bit more for the genetics aspect of it in genetic inheritance. But really, it's pretty much the same. HSB will talk about social, economic implications, factors, more than you would find it in the biology exam, but pretty much it's the same. All right, good. So let's get into it. As we do the topic, as we look at the question in the paper, we are going to answer, or I'm going to ask you other things too that can possibly be on the exam in an effort to catch as much as we can possibly catch. I don't think we're going to go through everything in this paper, but we will spend a lot of time discussing topical things that can come in the exam. Try to use the opportunity to ask questions or get clarifications on anything you're not clear on, because you just might see this question or the question that you're not clear on appear on the exam tomorrow. Reminding you again, the first question on the exam is going to be a graph question. Oftentimes you have to plot the graph, right? Everything is given to you. The information is all there. All you have to do is complete the graph. Good. So this question here is right off the bat talking about variation. Anybody want to tell me what variation is quickly? Are we talking about variation? We're talking about the differences that are observed in a particular population at a particular time. So variation talks about, in this case here, we're looking at a continuous trait. So there are two types of variation. There's continuous and then there's discontinuous variation. Continuous and I hope you don't, and I just hope we are not going to have a monologue where I am going to only be the one talking here. I really, really don't intend to do that. Anyway, continuous variation is where you have a particular trait showing magnitude in the population. So let's say, for example, size, any type of size, anything that you can measure shows differences in terms of magnitude in a particular population. That is going to be an example of continuous variation. So what else we can talk about in terms of examples? Complexion, hair length, breast size, penis size, foot size. What else we can talk about as a continuous trait? Anything else comes to your head? No? Okay. And your discontinuous traits or your discontinuous variation is those characteristics that you either have or you don't have. So discontinuous is either having it or not. Continuous variation means you have something and you have it to a different degree. So continuous variation talks about the observed quantifiable characteristics inherited. You inherit so much melanin compared to someone else, so you're darker. So therefore, complexion is a continuous trait. Discontinuous variations are those things you either inherit or you don't inherit. Ability to roll your tongue or tongue rolling, you either can do it or you cannot do it. Sex, male, female, you either male, you are female. Discontinuous variation again, widows peak, you either have it or you don't have it. You either have attached earlobe or you don't have attached earlobe. You either right-handed or you're left-handed. Those are all discontinuous variation traits. Continuous height, I see Hart is talking about height and leaf size. All of those, remember, all size, all quantifiable characteristics are going to be examples of continuous variation. Blood group will be an example of discontinuous variation. Right? Good. Let's move on. Probably gonna just throw this link to the people and the persons who wish to join the class on YouTube. I'm gonna send you the link in a bit, because I'm going to need to have someone to converse with if I am going to stay up for this 2 hours. I really don't intend to talk to myself. So I'm gonna just throw the link out to you and you'll join in, since these here don't want to talk. Yeah, I've shared it in the chat. I don't know if you can see it. There is no password attached. You just click and you join. Good. Now, let's continue the paper. So as you can see here, this is a normal distribution, and we are having different sizes of individuals or different heights. So this would be an example of a continuous trait. So what are two causes of variation among members of the same species? Two things I talk about in my classes very often. What are those two things that allows for variation?
Mutation.
Mutation is one of them. Was the other one?
Recombination.
Crossing over. Crossing over is one. Mutation is the other one. So that's the causes of variation. Good. So we have blood group here, and we said blood group was what kind of variation again?
Discontinuous.
Good. So they're comparing the number of students who had a particular blood group. If you had to do a graph to represent this kind of data, what graph might you do? What graph might you do to represent this data? A pie chart, okay. A bar graph, what else? Histogram. A line graph would not tell us much, all right? So yeah, anything of those types we just talked about is so sufficient. Somebody read this question here for us.
Explain how the type of variation shown in Table 1 differs from the type of variation represented by Figure 1.
So this was Figure 1 with the height. And then this was Table 1 with the blood group. So it's two different things. How do they differ? But do you want to take a go at this? I mean, we explained it already, so all you have to do is just basically say back what you've heard.
So Figure 1 represents a continuous trait. Table 1 represents a discontinuous trait.
That's what you will say for 4 marks. The question is not asking you to identify it, The question is saying to explain. You have to read your questions carefully. If the question is asking to identify, it will be a 1-mark question. This is a 4-mark question. So how would you explain your answer for 4 marks? Lord.
Blood group shows discontinuous variation, showing the number of students.
Hey, stop it. Don't continue. This continuous variation, again, is a trait that the person either have or don't have. The number of students here has no bearing with what this is asking you for. This continuous variation is showing you traits that are either present or absent. This person either have blood group A, blood group B, or blood group AB. It's either present or not. Well, the continuous variation talks about the degree to which a particular characteristic is present. So it talks about the magnitude of that inherited characteristic. So that's what you put here. This is not asking you to say how many persons were tall, how many persons were short, how many persons had blood group A, blood group B, and so on. That's not what it's asking you. You have to explain here to show you understand what continuous mean and what discontinuous mean. What you would write on these 4 lines, so it's not a whole paragraph you have, so you have to make it fit. So what you will put here, what is this? Figure 1 shows continuous variation where the population differs in magnitude or quantifiable characteristics and height in bracket. Table 1 shows discontinuous variation. The person either have the blood group or do not have the blood group. Pretty much that it is, nothing else. You have to be careful on a biology exam. You cannot see words like explain and just identify. You're not gonna get the marks. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Good. Blood transports substances within the human body. Suggest 2 substances that are transported by blood.
Oxygen and water. Oxygen and glucose.
What's the matter? There's so many things you can talk about. So I'm happy you mentioned 2. Let's moving on. Blood tests are done for a group of students. The amount of hemoglobin in the blood of 3 students is found to be below normal. What does that person have? If the hemoglobin is below normal, I'll give you a bigger hint. In other words, they're decreased red blood cells. What does that person have?
Yes, sir.
Sickle anemia.
No, that person.
anemia.
Stop it. Don't continue. Nothing tells you that person has sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is when you observe the sickling of the cells. Nothing is telling you that there. All they're saying is a decreased presence of hemoglobin, decreased red blood cells. So that's not sickle cell, that is just anemia. Sickle cell anemia now would be when the body is destroying crescent-shaped red blood cell, creating anemia because it's destroying red blood cells that are abnormally shaped. Make sense?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. So don't get carried away. Simplicity is the essence of life. Don't go reaching for anything. Good. Explain how this will affect the ability of these 3 students to perform in sports. Good. Lovely question. There's no complete sentence writing in science exams. Don't say, oh, this will affect the complete. No, just stick to the point. Answer the question. Get to the point. Red blood cells do what?
Transport oxygen, sir.
Transport oxygen. So if there's a decrease in hemoglobin, there's going to be a decrease in the ability to transport.
Oxygen, sir.
And if there's decrease in ability to transport oxygen, the muscles will not get oxygen to do
Respire. Or work.
to do what? The muscles will not get oxygen to do what? You gotta be a little more specific than telling me respire. The muscles do not get oxygen to do what? To walk.
Aerobic respiration.
Aerobic respiration. It will not get oxygen to do aerobic respiration. And why do we need aerobic respiration when we're doing sports? Why
Decrease the
aerobic?
buildup of lactic acids building up in the body.
Oh my goodness. Stop reaching. Why would we need aerobic respiration when we're doing sports?
Because oxygen is needed.
No.
To lessen the chances of you breaking your bone.
My goodness.
For energy?
You need lots of energy. That's the point. Sports would require lots of energy. So you need aerobic respiration to provide lots of energy. Do we understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
When we are preparing Sorry, I was distracted. I'm tired. That's why I really want you to take part in the class. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so when respiration is happening, so say a person's about to go run a mile or run a race, the person has to go through two types of respiration, both anaerobic and aerobic respiration. Don't make anyone tell you otherwise. Anaerobic respiration is the first to kick in. Tell me why.
Because it does not require oxygen.
Exactly. So it's the first to kick in because that one does not require oxygen. But the problem with that is that what? It will produce what?
Small.
Small amounts of energy. So over time, it's not going to be enough to sustain a big activity. So what you would have happening is that the body would need more energy. So that's where aerobic respiration comes in. The problem with aerobic respiration, it will take a while to start producing this energy because the body has to take in the oxygen. Oxygen has to be transported around the body. Oxygen has to go to the muscles, then go into the cells, and then get a chance to do the respiration to release the energy. So that takes a while, but anaerobic kicks in right away. Think you know what I'm saying? That was a question a year in the biology exam. Anaerobic kicks in immediately, but produce small amounts of energy. Aerobic takes a while to kick in and produce large amounts of energy when it actually does kick in. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did we answer this question here? Why would these children not perform well in sports? Somebody who told me sickle cell anemia, remind me the answer. We answered this question already. Somebody remind me what the answer was.
So due to small amounts of oxygen.
Small amount of oxygen is not enough to allow the person to.
Due to small amounts of red blood cells, the body will not be able to transport large amounts or the sufficient amount of oxygen required for these athletes to perform.
To do respiration and produce energy to do the activity. Good. Make sure you try to answer questions clearly. Try to make sure there's no why that can be answered after you finish. We can't answer this question because I think a page or two is missing here from 3 to 6. So we can't answer this part here. Can we answer this? No, we can't answer that. We can answer this. Read this question here.
Outline two ways in which the nervous system functions differently from the endocrine system in humans.
Yeah, so nervous system, endocrine system. This is something I've overworked in my classes, so allow a student from somewhere else in the Caribbean to answer this one. Who wants to go? Nervous system, endocrine system, compare. Whenever you're comparing something, let me just tell you, when you're comparing something, let's say you put short over this side, let's say nervous system is short. Endocrine system, you can't go and say is rich on this side. When you're comparing something, it has to be compared with the same elements. So one is short and the other one has to be tall. One is poor and the other one has to be rich. Of course, you're not using those two words. I'm just going to explain to you how we compare. Some students will write, oh, nervous system is fast, and this one here requires glands. That's not a comparison. One is fast, so the other one must be what?
Slow.
That's a comparison. Good. So let's go. Somebody answer that question there for me.
So the nervous system would use like electronical impulses to send messages
with
Sorry,
the neurons.
was that word electronical impulses?
Yes, sir.
Electronical? What is that?
Electrical. Sorry,
I thought
I've
that
been
was an
clear.
email. It's not in.
Sorry, sir.
Good.
While the other system uses hormone glands to send messages to
Chemical.
cells in the
Mhm.
bloodstream.
Good. Good. Everybody understands that? So your endocrine system uses glands and hormones, while your nervous system uses nerves or neurons and electrical impulses, right? Good. Chemical impulses, electrical impulses, neurons, glands. That's two already there. Can we see those? Make some jottings, make some jottings. These are things that we're going to touch here tonight that you're going to see on the exam tomorrow. Not if or but, it's going to be there. All right, good. What else? There's so many more things. The nervous system is fast. Imagine your nervous system acts quickly, right? Why is it acting quickly? Because it's using electrical impulses. The minute you press your light bulb, your switches, your light bulb turns on because it's using electricity. Electricity works quickly. So if your nervous system is using electrical impulses, it's going to be very quick. But because it's very quick, it's going to be the duration of action is going to be long or short. Short. The duration of action will be short, and the duration of action short. What was I saying? Oh my goodness. Duration of action is short, but the span with which it acts is very quickly, right? Yeah. The opposite now, if the span is short in the nervous system, what do you expect the chemical system or the hormones or the endocrine system to be? It will act, it will act over a longer period of time, right? And we did something else just now. So the opposite is going to be to that one. Short, long, rapid, and long lasting, right? So your nervous system is going to be short acting, quick. The other one will be slow. The nervous system, the hormones are going to be slow to act, but when they act, it's going to take a longer period of action. So let me give you an example of that to help you cement that. Let's say you are going over to your boyfriend or girlfriend's place, and you see your boyfriend or girlfriend. The act of seeing the person is going to use what system? Nervous or endocrine? Seeing, just seeing. Nervous, right? So your nerves are going to send the information. Good. So you see. So that information will go to your brain quickly that I'm seeing my boyfriend, seeing my girlfriend. Good. And when the person touches you, or for boys, you just have to look a certain way, action it can happen. So hormones kick in. Boys, testosterone, girls, estrogen, and all of that. So because the testosterone kicks in, that is going to be continuously secreted. So it will be acting on your bloodstream, and it will take a long time. So it will happen longer. But if you can imagine your nervous system acting, it's just quick and over in a second. Now imagine if your reproductive part was using electrical impulses, that would have been quick and over in a second. That would not have been fun. So thank goodness the body is using endocrine system to do that. Right? Does that make sense? Or that does corrupt you more, or you're following?
Following, sir.
Following, sir.
Excellent. Of course, whenever worthlessness is talked about, you people are always following. Where am I? Can we say anything else here? or we've over answered already? But there's so many things we can still put in, right? Maya, you're writing back biology? Saunders, you're writing back biology? Huh?
No, sir, I'm just here for the fun of it.
Oh, I guess you missed my teaching so much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Maya wrote biology last year and got a grade 1, so I'm wondering why she's here. Anyway, what was I talking about? Good. So next question came for you. I know Maya is a woman, is a young lady of impeccable standards, so I would not know why she's here for you. But anyway, let's move on. Two metabolic gotta be Orin and gain is by never a dull moment. Please behave yourself and learn the biology. Two metabolic waste products produced by plants. Let's talk about humans. What are two waste products produced by humans or animals? Because they're not gonna talk about
urine and feces.
Urine, sweat,
urine and feces. Feces is not gonna be one. That's
Urea.
not
Urea.
mucus,
Also
Urea-
carbon dioxide, sir.
urea is gonna be one, not urine. Urea. Feces is not an excretory and is not a waste product. That's an egestive process. So that the difference between egestion and excretion. What's the difference between egestion and excretion? Wow. The difference between egestion and excretion.
sorry,
Excretion is
excretion.
Huh?
excretion is the removal of metabolic waste, and
Uh-huh.
egestion is the removal of undigested food.
Undigested food, undigested food materials. Okay. So egestion is removing undigested material. And why are they undigested? Because the body doesn't have the enzyme to digest them. While excretion is the removal of metabolic waste. So the body is doing some metabolic process and as a result, passing out metabolic waste. Give me some examples of metabolic waste in the human body.
Water,
Water, very good. Water is produced by every chemical reaction in the body. Good. What else?
Urea, carbon dioxide.
Urea, carbon dioxide. What else?
salt,
Phosphates and sulfates, sir.
mucus,
Good. So you're gonna put that in sweat, right? Good. Something else I was about to tell you and I forgot.
sorry, is mucus one?
You got maybe a little reached. Oh, I want to tell you water vapor. Where's the water vapor coming from? The lung, all right? And another question they can ask you here in the exam is examples of excretory organs. What would the examples of the excretory organs be?
Kidney, liver,
Kidney,
lungs,
liver,
kidney,
liver. Okay, we say the
Sweat
same.
gland.
Kidney, liver, skin, lung. Adding in plants now.
Leaf,
Leaf.
Excellent. Good. Let's go back to this question here now. Did we answer the question we asked for the in animals? Urea,
Yes, sir.
oxygen, good. And plants now. Oxygen, carbon dioxide. Oxygen, carbon dioxide. What would it be in carbon dioxide? How do we get an metabolic waste as carbon dioxide in plants?
In the night,
in the
sir.
absence of sunlight.
In respiration, right? In respiration, plants produce carbon dioxide. And in photosynthesis, plants produce oxygen. So during the day, oxygen, during the night, carbon dioxide. Not during the day too, but you get the point. And there's also calcium oxalate. So somebody telling me that on YouTube. Hort, yeah, that's correct. Good. You understand this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. And let's go to the other question here, the male reproductive organ. Quickly, let's talk about a few things. This structure here at B is a testis. The testis is where sperm is produced. The top part of the testis is called the epididymis. That's where sperm is stored. Again, the testis is where sperm is produced. The epididymis is where sperm is stored. This, can you see my cursor?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That, that tube looking thing there is what we call the sperm duct. D-U-C-T, not D-U-C-K. The sperm duct, or we call that the vas deferens. Learn to spell it. Somebody said biology don't mark for spelling. So once it look like the thing, you don't get the marks. Don't say I said, all right? But I found that funny. Right. So yeah, this is a sperm duct. So if you notice the sperm duct or the vas deferens is going to transport sperm. And then at some point here, that sperm duct will basically coincide with the urethra coming off of the urinary bladder and become one passage outwards, right? Good. So what's the structure here? Let me see one of my good biology students. What's this structure here?
Prostate glands.
Huh?
Prostate gland.
Seminal
No.
vessel.
Yeah.
Seminal vesicles. So there are two. There's one on the other side as well. So seminal vesicles, then this at A, the structure at A, that's your prostate gland. At the when we were in the hospital, let's say a man of mid-age, so 50, 55, 65, comes into the hospital. Oftentimes, older men have a risk of having prostate cancer. So what we do a digital rectal exam where a finger is inserted, or finger or two is inserted into the anus. This is the anus here. And then we go anterior, putting it towards this prostate gland to feel it. If that prostate gland is hard, usually it's soft, like the tip of your nose. So yeah, nose hard, but anyway, usually the tip of your nose is how it feels. And if it feels like hard wood or concrete, that's oftentimes good indication that something is wrong there. And most times it's cancer. Right, it's a little extra information. Prostate cancer is one of the popular cancer among men, right? And why only men have prostate cancer? Because women are blessed, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because men are the only ones with prostate, right? We had a woman in parliament a few years ago saying research showed that only men are affected by prostate cancer. She made it sound, like it's shocking. That's not shocking because the men who only have prostate, so nobody else would have prostate cancer, right? CSEC CAPE is the same science knowledge, so it really doesn't matter. Where am I? Yeah, so that's how we examine the prostate. What's the role of the seminal vesicles and the prostate gland? And there's another Cowper's gland somewhere. What's the role of those glands?
This seminal vesicle secretes these fluids and nutrients from the sperm.
The fluids and nutrients. What's that?
No, like the fluid that has nutrients from the sperm.
Secretion. So it mixes both prostate and the seminal vesicle secretes secretions. So secretions mix with sperm to become semen. So when the boy ejaculates, that is semen, which is a mixture of secretions and sperm. It has about 90 to 95% secretions and just 5 to 10% sperm, right? But the question why I'm saying that to you is I want to ask you this. In anatomy, what am I saying? Jesus, for some reason I think I'm teaching medical school. In medicine, we cut this vas deferens here, and we call that a procedure. What is a procedure called? Cutting this. Vasectomy. Right? Vasectomy, right? So when we cut this, we will not have sperm inside the ejaculate. But does that mean the man will be shooting blank?
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
No, it doesn't mean man will be shooting blank. Why? Because you can see, look here, the sperm will not be coming out here. But here you have secretions entering the tract. So you will end up having secretions coming out, but just it would not have any sperm in it. That can be a nice question in the exam. Right? Good. The urethra is running there. What would this, oh, it's labeled. This coming above the urinary bladder. Don't write bladder in the exam. Please don't write bladder. The body has more than one bladder, so you have to specify which one. This is the urinary bladder, not the bladder, right? So urethra comes there. Above that would be the two kidneys. Good. This again was A again. Remind me, was A?
Prostate
Prostate
gland.
gland,
Prostate gland. Remind me what is C?
sperm duct,
Vas
Vas
deferens.
That's
I
different.
really don't want to use a sperm duct. Let's operate like biologists taught by the good-looking Jamin Hatton.
Vas deferens.
Vas deferens, and what is B going to be?
The testes.
testes,
Testis. So the testis, what the function of the testis again is?
produce
Produce
sperm,
sperm.
Sperm. Epididymis does what?
Store the sperm.
Stores the
Store the
sperm.
sperm. The sperm duct does what?
Transport.
Transport. Yeah, transport the sperm from where it's stored outward towards the urethra. What the prostate and the seminal vesicles do?
secrete,
Secretion.
This revision is going to cover biology and HSB. Really, the topics are the same. Nothing is really different with them. Minor changes. Good. What's this here? Somebody read a question for me. I'm getting tired.
The kidney excrete urea and water in the form of urine. Use arrows on the diagram in figure 3 to show the pathway taken by urine on its way out of the male's body.
And that's why I really was talking about the kidneys just now, because I really want you to understand that this is not just about reproduction. This is also about the urinary system as well. So the kidneys will be above here. If you can still see my cursor, but it has two. And the kidneys will produce urine in the nephron and send the kidney down and send the urine down to the urinary bladder. The urinary bladder stores the urine temporarily, then passes that urine out into the urethra where it's passed out, right? Are we following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A question that just came to mind. And that's why I was telling you about the prostate exam that we do at the hospital. Let's say a 59-year-old man comes to you and he's having difficulty urinating. He wants to urinate, but when he goes to urinate, it dribbles. Why is it happening? Why is that happening? Let me see if I have any smart students who just learned what I just said about this prostate gland.
Enlargement of prostate.
Exactly. When the prostate is enlarged, remember I told you about it feeling hard? When that prostate is enlarged, if you notice that the urethra runs right in the middle of that prostate gland. So when the prostate is enlarged, it squeezes the urethra. And even though there is urine in the urinary bladder, it does not come out. When the urine remains there, it can become infected, right? So that's often what brings the man to the hospital. Right. Y'all gone quiet on me. Does that make sense? Or am I just wasting my time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Makes sense.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Oh, sir, yeah.
Did we answer the question?
Yeah.
So you just put arrows there, man. Just put
Sorry,
arrows.
just put an arrow.
You're putting an arrow coming there, arrow coming there, arrow coming out to the penis there. That should be good enough. How much arrow they want? They didn't say. We just put arrows coming from the urethra to the urinary bladder, down here, another arrow and another arrow and another arrow coming out there. Imagine some people actually put urine coming from this epididymis, you know, so when you don't know something, that's really appeared done to any markers. But that would not be you. That would not be you. You're bright. You're bright. And look at this. We spoke about this here already. Speak about this. Read this question.
Contraceptive methods may be temporary or permanent. Explain one structure in figure 3 explain how one structure in figure 3 can be manipulated to achieve permanent sterility in males.
So contraception is anything that prevents conception. So preventing, seption is fertilization, right? So preventing fertilization. So the contraceptive method is any method that prevents fertilization. So what's the structure that can be manipulated? We just spoke about this.
The vas
Vas difference.
Vas difference. When we cut that vas difference, we have permanent sterility, meaning the man will not produce. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance of it failing, but how lucky are you to be that 1 in 10,000? Not so lucky, yeah? Good. So you see how the discussion that we're having can help you to answer the question. We don't know what's going to be on the exam, but the discussions we're having can help you answer the question. And similarly, we can cut the tubes or the fallopian tubes in the female, and that's what we call ovidectomy or tubal ligation, right? And what is that again? Cutting the fallopian tubes to prevent the egg from being fertilized. Do I have to show you a picture of that, or you're good with that?
Very good.
We're good, sir.
Good. Somebody read that one there?
New shoots can grow from the buds or eyes of a potato tuber. Explain 2 ways in which this method of reproduction is different from reproduction in humans.
Good. So reproduction in humans would require what?
2 parents.
Two parents. Don't tell me gametes. That's a stupid answer. Gametes would not give you a mark. You got to tell me 2 sets of gametes. You got to tell me 2 different gametes. The same as saying 2 different parents, right? So your male and female will produce sperm and egg. So that's one difference. In this plant here, we have asexual reproduction. That there just now was sexual reproduction. That's why we have the 2 parents. Yes? How many
Yes,
comparisons is that?
2.
How many comparisons that we just gave there?
1.
That's just one. We have not given the second one. That's just one. Remember, 2 parents, 1 parent. Sexual reproduction, asexual reproduction is the same thing we have spoken about here. Mistakes students make, they say the same thing twice and thinking they get 2 different marks. No, they get only 1. Good. So what's the second one going to be?
1 use of sexual uses, mitosis.
You want a choke.
Meiosis.
You want a choke. Sexual reproduction, because it has meiosis occurring to produce those gametes, there will be variation. What does that mean? The offspring does not look like the parent, right? And in the plant, mitosis occurs, therefore you have the offspring looking exactly like the parent, no variation. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we squeeze in another one there quickly? Which one takes longer?
Sexual.
Sexual.
Sexual
More
reproduction.
reproduction in humans will take longer than the asexual reproduction in the plant. Right, good, very good. That's good stuff. Is this necessary? Yeah, let's run through this one here quickly. Somebody read for us.
The human body comes into contact with many pathogens. Some of these pathogens are spread by vectors.
Stop
A.
there.
Name to
Stop there, Loveland. Before you continue, is it chicken curry or curry chicken? And be very careful what you say because you can be kicked out of this live. I'm just joking. Go on. She got nervous there, no? She got real nervous there. Continue.
A. Name 2 ways by which the human body prevents itself from becoming infected.
All right, before we get to that, remember I said that we were going to revise the topic and not just answer questions, right? So let me see what a question can ask you. What's a pathogen?
The disease causing organism.
Remember that? Disease-causing organisms. Give some examples of pathogens.
Mosquito.
Mosquitoes are pathogen?
Bacteria, viruses, and
Worms and
Mosquito is a pathogen. What's a
Fungi.
mosquito?
A vector.
mosquitoes are vectors, sir.
Okay, don't say nonsense. I hope that wasn't one of my students just now. Because things like this make a one choke you when I see our exam results. Pathogens are disease-causing organisms. Bacteria, viruses, protozoa, fungi,
Parasites.
parasites, good. And then your vectors now are what? Disease.
Mosquitoes.
carrying
Carrying.
organisms.
So you must be able to define it. Disease carrying organism. So what can carry the disease? What organism can carry the disease?
Mosquitoes.
Well, we heard mosquito already. What else?
Human.
Ticks.
Human, okay.
Flies.
House
Fleas.
fly,
Rats.
fleas,
Lice.
right, good. And for
Rodents.
some reason, hope y'all know that the same thing rat can be called rodent. Because a couple years ago, in fact last year, we talked heavily about rats, how rats can cause leptospirosis, blah, blah, blah. And the question in the exam was explain how rodents are dangerous to the environment. And everybody want to know, where's a rodent? Well, some people want to know what's a rodent. Rodent, rat, same thing. We good? Anybody hearing that for the first time?
Yes, sir.
You hear
No,
me?
sir.
No, sir.
All right, I hope. Good. Rat, rodent, same thing. Good. So let's talk about some of the pathogens, some of the diseases that the pathogens can cause. So bacterial diseases, quickly. Gastroenteritis, but it can also call by viruses too, right? Gastroenteritis. What's gastroenteritis? Food poisoning, diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal pains. What some vector that can cause that?
Salmonella typhi.
Vector, not pathogen. Vector. The vector is the organism that is causing the disease, that is carrying the disease. So what is the vector that can cause that? Not the pathogen.
Flies.
Flies, good. Flies, you cover, leave the food open, the flies land on the food. Flies lay egg, eggs multiply, you eat, become infected. Good. Then the pathogen that can cause that will be any bacteria, any virus, really. What's a common bacteria that causes food poisoning? At least one bacterium you should know going into this exam. Well, you said salmonella typhi earlier, but that's not the most common one that you should always know about. I spoke about it yesterday in class. E. coli, E. coli. What the E stands for in E. coli? Escherichia. Good. E. coli is the name of a bacterium. Can you think of a virus that causes diarrhea and vomiting or gastroenteritis? Any virus? Anybody knows any virus?
Cholera.
Cholera is a virus? We're just saying random things now. What is cholera, class? Cholera is caused by what? A bacteria.
Contaminated water.
Yeah, but it's caused by a bacteria. The bacteria is Vibrio cholerae. It's a bacteria. All right. Rotavirus is a virus that causes gastroenteritis. Right. Again, the pathogen is the disease-causing organism. So your bacteria, viruses, your protozoa. Your vectors are the disease-carrying organisms, the rodents, the mosquitoes, the flies. Good. Did we answer the question? How do human protect from these pathogens? What mechanism the human body has to protect against these pathogens?
Red blood cells.
Red blood cells.
White blood cells.
White blood cells.
I was nervous for a minute there because I was wondering, wow. Okay, white blood cells. Good. What? So give me some names of different types of white blood cells. And you know I flipped earlier today with the same question, so please don't embarrass me on YouTube. Give me names of different types of white blood cells.
Lymphocytes.
And eosinophils.
Monocytes.
Eosinophils. Monocytes not very so common. Give me the most common one.
Neutrophils.
Neutrophils. Neutrophils fight off what kind of infection?
Bacterial.
Bacterial infection. Your lymphocytes fight off viral infection. Eosinophils fight off
Parasitic and
parasitic infection. Parasitic infection. There is no white blood cell named phagocyte. The phagocyte is a complex that is described when a neutrophil engulfs a bacterium. I hate when I see textbooks, biology textbooks, referring to the neutrophil as phagocyte. It's not. The phagocyte or phagocytosis is when the neutrophil engulfs a bacterial pathogen. So don't put that as a type of white blood cell. I mean, sometimes CXE refers to it as that in the syllabus, but it's not. So don't get it twisted. Am I clear on what I'm saying there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. The skin, can't forget the skin. The skin is a very important barrier that prevents invasion of pathogen. What type, if anybody remembers about this, me talking about this in class, I'll be very happy. What is one of the few bacteria that can actually penetrate intact skin? Bacteria that causes what disease? Skin-eating bacteria. Okay, Kyle. You can't go wrong there, pal. No, but what bacteria penetrates intact skin? Students, my students, we talk about this all the time.
Sir, the leptospirosis bacteria.
Thank you. The leptospirosis bacteria. We'll take that for 5,000 points. What's the name of the bacteria the other had? Leptospira. Same thing. Well, good. Yeah, the bacteria that causes leptospirosis. That's why when you walk in contaminated flood waters, the leptospirosis can result because the bacteria breaks down. Anthrax is an inhaled disease. The leptospirosis can result when you walk in contaminated water because the leptospira bacteria breaks down the skin, enters the body and causes the disease. Right? A person with leptospirosis, what you can expect them to have? Jaundice, because it affects the liver, right? Jaundice, pain, abdominal pain. They can have some weakness in the joints. They can have lots of diarrhea, vomiting, and so on, right? Good. The tears too, lysozyme, enzymes present in the tears, also is a way the body protects itself as well, right? So we think we over answered that question there. And if they're asking for an insect vector, which one of you will possibly talk about there?
Mosquito.
Housefly. Mosquito housefly. What's the most common disease spread by mosquitoes? Most common in the Caribbean.
Dengue.
Malaria.
Yeah, malaria. Malaria is the most common, right? Good. What are some signs and symptoms of malaria?
Fatigue.
Signs and
Jaundice.
symptoms of
Flu,
malaria.
sir.
Flu. Somebody said just a flu. Somebody just said flu. Flu, really? Nah, maybe flu-like symptoms, but not flu. Most important thing with mosquito, with malaria.
Vomiting and diarrhea.
No,
Jaundice.
vomiting and diarrhea is something we throw in when we really got nothing else to say. But that shouldn't be a first thing. Because anybody can get vomiting and diarrhea. But we use vomiting and diarrhea when we don't have any other thing to put. What's the most common thing in
Nausea.
malaria?
Yellow color. Yellow.
Why is that yellowing of the eyes happening and the yellowing of the skin happening? Why is that happening? Because the red blood cells are being destroyed, right?
Lots of, yes.
But the most common thing that you have in malaria is chills. Chills, right? Or what we call the cold sweat. So every time the red blood cells, so what happens in malaria? Malaria is a parasite, really. So the Plasmodium parasite is, let's say the mosquito is infected with malaria, or the mosquito is not affected by malaria itself, but the Plasmodium parasite is transferred from the mosquito to humans when the human is bitten by the mosquito. All mosquitoes do not bite. It's only the female pregnant mosquito bites to get extra nutrient to nourish their developing babies, right? So the male mosquitoes, they rely heavily on the nutrients they get from nectar, right? So you see, men are always good, but it's the women that are dangerous, especially the red ones. You see them red mosquito, them red woman mosquito, is different. But anyway, as we were saying, when the mosquito bites, it transfers that Plasmodium parasite into the human. That Plasmodium parasite invades the red blood cell, multiplies in the red blood cell, and when it multiplies so much, it ruptures the red blood cell.
every time the red blood cell ruptures, it's more parasite being released into that person's body. So that's where you get the chills and the sweating from, because the cells are being ruptured. So more and more cells are ruptured. When the more and more cells are ruptured, am I talking too fast?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
As more and more cells are ruptured, you'll have bilirubin released, or jaundice is observed. So you have the yellowing of the eyes, and if the person is light enough, you will see the yellowing of the skin as well. Right? So what would some signs and symptoms be? Remember, your signs are the things we can see, and the symptom is what the patient feels. So the signs are what we see. What can we see in malaria? We can see the jaundice, or the yellowing of the eyes or the skin. We can see the chills. The patient can feel the chill as well. All right, but what else can we have? We can have pain in the joints. We can have abdominal pain, because oftentimes much of the destruction is happening in the liver, right? Good. That's a little too much, but we have exhausted the topic of malaria. Good. What's another disease I can talk about a lot in the exam? Let's talk about cholera quickly. Cholera is something we eradicated a long time ago. We don't have cholera so much anymore, but cholera is caused by a bacteria, and Vibrio cholera is the name of the bacteria, and it's spread through water. So drinking contaminated water gets a person infected with cholera. And the characteristic thing about cholera is that they have stool that looks like rice water. If you think about rice being cooked, that white color, the person has so much diarrhea that the stool begins looking like white rice mar kind of thing. Right? Good. It's a bacteria, so it can be cured with antibiotics. All bacterial infections can be cured with antibiotics. That's a good thing. All right? Questions, comments? Question, comments?
No, sir.
Hope y'all learning. Because I'm not in the business of wasting my time, so I hope y'all learning. Explain how the knowledge of the life cycle of the insect identified can be used to prevent transmission. Why does life cycle of the mosquito can help you to prevent transmission?
Because at different stages, there are different ways to kill, like a mosquito.
Right. So based on what stage you're targeting, you know what technique to use, right? Most of them are in water. So if you eliminate the water, or stagnant water, that is, you eliminate most of the stages of the mosquito life cycle, right? Everybody's following? We good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you just describe what's happening at different stages. That's why you get your 6 marks. So what happens what can you use to kill? When do you use your chemicals, such as your insecticides? When do you use removal of the stagnant water? When do you use traps, and so on? Right? Good. Nets, so on, right? So a student is about to travel to a country where yellow fever is rampant. What transmits yellow fever?
The mosquito.
Mosquito, right? Mosquito transmits yellow fever. Good. So explain the question there.
Explain how a vaccine can provide the student with active acquired immunity against.
So we spoke about immunity. Let's talk about immunity quickly. A lovely question can be on the exam with this. Immunity. We have active immunity and we have passive immunity. Each of these types of immunity can be classified further into natural and artificial. Right? Each of them. Natural, artificial. So what is happening on the what's happening on the active immunity? Active immunity, the body is making antibodies for itself. In passive immunity, the body is receiving ready-made antibodies. The word immunity is generally the body's ability to withstand or prevent infection or disease. So immunity talks about the body's ability to prevent infection. Active immunity is body making antibodies. Passive immunity is the body receiving ready-made antibodies. These antibodies are what is needed to fight off the pathogens or the agents of disease, right? Are we there with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Active, make the antibodies. Passive, receiving the ready-made antibodies. Under each of them, we have a natural and an artificial. On the active natural, the body is making antibodies after being exposed naturally to the pathogen. You are exposed to the chickenpox virus, and as a result, you make antibodies against the chickenpox. And because you're making antibodies against the chickenpox virus, you will not get chickenpox again because you have the antibody to prevent that chickenpox if you were ever to expose to that again. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Anybody want me to say that again?
Yes, sir. Say it again.
I'm saying the active immunity is when the body is making the antibodies. Active natural is when the body is making antibodies after being exposed naturally to the pathogen. Exposing naturally to the pathogen. What do I mean exposing naturally? The person went out, somebody with chickenpox, sneeze, and the person caught the virus. That person gets chickenpox. People think chickenpox is actually touching. You touch a person chickenpox doesn't mean you get chickenpox. It's you touching the person and then putting your hand to your nostrils or to your eye, your mucous membranes, ears, and so on, and you get infected. That's how that works. So you exposed to the pathogen, your body makes antibodies. You got sick. Why you're getting sick? Because the body takes a while to make the antibodies, right? So you get sick. But once the antibodies are made, you will not get sick again because your body will always have those antibodies, and it will also produce memory cells to remember that pathogen. Memory cells help to remember the pathogen. Making sense?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
And artificial one now, the body is still making antibodies, but we are still on the active, but we are giving the body weakened version of a pathogen to make these antibodies. So for example, vaccines. We go to the health center and we're given a vaccine where we are weakening the pathogen so that the body will make an antibody against that pathogen. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
We might need a booster because the body needs to make more memory cells after some time to always be ready to fight off those pathogens. When we come over to the passive side, remember what we said with passive again? What was passive? Receiving ready-made antibodies, right? Receiving ready-made antibodies. So there's still a passive natural and a passive artificial. Why would there be a passive natural?
Maternity, getting it, babies getting it from their mothers.
Is that the only way of getting natural passive?
No, sir.
What's another way?
Blood transfusion.
Blood transfusion. Okay. Let's say somebody had COVID and the person produced antibodies against COVID, and you use that person's plasma in someone else that currently has COVID to fight off that COVID. That's an example again of passive natural, when the antibodies are already made and passed on to someone else. Breastfeeding is one example of that. Placenta is another example of that. So the baby gets immunity, the baby gets antibodies from the mother through breastfeeding and from the placenta when the baby's on the inside. Both of that would be passive, but natural because some human being made the antibodies. That's why it's natural. And in the artificial sense, passive artificial is when we are giving the baby, we are giving anybody ready-made antibodies. And those will be antibodies that are made in the lab, right? And why are we giving these ready-made antibodies? What do you think?
Because the body is unable to do it on its own.
No, the body can do it.
Emergency situation.
Nothing is wrong with the body doing it. It's an emergency situation. The body needs it now. The problem is that if we wait too long, the person can die. So the body is given emergency antibodies to fight off this thing that's happening right now. Example, snake bite. So we're giving the person anti-venom to prevent them from dying. We need it now. The disadvantage of that is that no memory cell is created. And if no memory cell is created, what does that mean?
You won't be able to fight it off in case it happens again.
Right. They wouldn't be able to produce the antibodies for themselves to fight off it in the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that's active and passive immunity. This can come for a serious 9 marks. Can haunt you, put examples of each of these types here. It can really haunt you with that. I've never seen it in the exam, but it can come. All right, good. But if you understand what I'm saying here, you move on to do medicine, you move on to do advanced science, you will see this again. So if you understand it well, you will be able to answer it in the future. Good. Let's take a 2 minutes breather here. Get a glass of water. The person's on YouTube, like the video. We are not going to continue. We're going to disconnect the YouTube link if we don't get more than 120 likes in 2 minutes. Imagine we have 159 people viewing and only 78 likes. Super stingy. Anyway, take a drink of water, sip of water, and let's go again. We got to get down to genetics. All right, so, all right, not bad, 119, not bad, not bad. Let's continue Did we answer that question just now?
No, sir.
I'm sure we did. We probably just didn't put an answer to it, but I'm sure we answered it. All right, that's good. Let's read. Explain how a vaccine can provide the student with active acquired immunity against the disease. Do we really have to answer this? Isn't this what we just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we just talked about that. So what does a vaccine do?
It introduces like a weakened or dead version of the virus into the system so your body can notice this and know how to fight it off.
Of the pathogen, and the body produces the antibodies against the pathogen. Good. Right? So that's how all vaccines work. All right? Discuss why. What's that question? Read the next one.
Discuss why a vaccine that provides passive acquired immunity is not suitable for the student.
What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted. Somebody was asking for the link on YouTube. And somebody is saying they don't appreciate. They really don't. I could be sleeping. I could be catching my beauty sleep, you know? But I'm here trying to get some grade ones and they can't even like a video. Ah, it's tough out here. Anyway, what was that question?
Sir, I told them to put a like.
Who's Bridget? When you grow up, please rename yourself. Rename yourself. Your parents give you an old person name there. Anyway, discuss why a vaccine that provides passive acquired immunity is not suitable for this patient, for this student. She patient as we talking about all day, so sorry. Why? Yeah, we talked about this before. We talked about this just now. Why is this not suitable here? Because what happens in passive acquired immunity?
It doesn't produce memory, nodes.
Right, it doesn't produce memory. And if it doesn't produce memory, then it doesn't have the ability. It cannot do the same again. It cannot make antibodies in the future. Right? Who's John Manhattan Jr.?
I want to be, sir.
I want to be. It's probably one of my sons. Let me guess. There's Steve, right? Anyway, moving on. It's just necessary. Yeah, they like talking about abiotic and biotic factors. So we got to talk about this. Biotic factors are your living parts of the environment. So such as animals, predators, prey, blah, blah, blah. And then your abiotic factors are those non-living parts of the environment, such as what? What are your non-living parts of the environment?
The soil,
the sun,
light,
water,
temperature.
Good.
minerals.
So let's talk about this here now. Read this question here for us quickly. We're the Jamaicans tonight, man. The Jamaicans don't do biology.
I am Jamaican and I am doing biology. Mangrove swamps are found along the coast of many Caribbean countries. Mangrove trees are the dominant type of vegetation adapted for survival in waterlogged, brackish soil. Animals usually found in these areas include tree snakes, frogs, crabs, worms, blue herons, which are birds, termites, and anteaters.
So the more reason why they will name these here like this is if the question will probably ask you to construct a food chain or a food web, right? So there's an indication of the animals or the plants, and they're asking you to construct a food web later on. So your food chain would be a linear feeding relationship. So you have to get a line. If you're making that food chain, you must see a straight line, whether going up or going across, but you must see a line, linear feeding relationship. And a food web has multiple food chains going in like zigzag. Do I have to explain that, or you know what I'm talking about?
You know what you're talking about, sir.
Excellent. Good. So all food chains start with what?
A
A
producer.
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 The producer is usually a
Plant.
Plants.
Plant, sir.
watch out everything he talks about doesn't come tomorrow. That's a good way of looking at it. Or you can look at this though, watch everything he talks about comes tomorrow. Risks we have to take. Risks we have to take. Now, biology exams is often repeated questions. So once you know the content, it's gonna be there. Anyway, but by all means, if you don't think it's gonna come, just close this live and just go sleep. choices we make, huh? Good. Where are we?
It's asking us to define each of the following terms with reference to the mangrove swamp ecosystem.
What's a population?
The number of organisms that are in the
Species living in an environment.
area.
All right, but you see, you got to be careful with questions like this, right? This thing saying with reference to the mangrove swamp. So you can't say living in a particular area. You're talking about what? In the mangrove swamp, right? So you got to be careful with that. Good. So answer back the question now. Define population.
Would we include, so population would be organisms in the mangrove swamp ecosystem, including tree snakes, frogs, crabs, worms, blue herons, termites, and anteaters.
Anybody agrees with what he's saying there? What is he describing there? What does that sound like to you?
The organisms that
Community.
are found inside of those
He is
mangrove swamp
describing a community.
environment.
He's describing the community and not the population. Huh?
Sir,
What
would it be like the total amount of organisms living in the mangrove swamp ecosystem?
Of the same species.
of the, you gotta put in the word species, right? So the same species of the organism that live in this mangrove swamp. So for example, all the snakes, all the frogs in their individual groups, right? So all the snakes by themselves, all the frogs by themselves, all the crabs by themselves. When we put all of those different species together now, we call that what?
The population.
No, that's a community, right? And the community, different communities that make up the ecosystem. So just review the terms population and community, Mr. Jamaican. What's our abiotic factors here? What might you be as your abiotic factor here?
The soil.
Yep, soil.
Trees, but
tree, nah.
No, because trees are kind of alive.
Not kind of, they are alive. So trees, soil, what else?
The temperature, because like they say in the Caribbean countries. So
yeah, we can see that. And can you see water here too?
Water.
Good. Yeah, fair enough. But you define it, right? So the non-living parts of that mangrove swamp, right? And what's the habitat?
The environment of which organisms live in.
The place the organism may reside.
Reside. That sounds like social studies.
My bad.
What about eutrophication? I'm not sure what you're asking me. If you're asking to explain it, it's possibly going to come. It can come. We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about it later on. Yeah, I don't know what about it either. Yeah. Next question. Want to read the next one quickly, man?
Some investors want to remove the mangrove swamp in an area near your home to develop the land up for housing. Propose one argument to support this plan and two arguments against it.
We want to remove the mangroves. One argument for. Go.
More housing.
More
for
space.
people.
Nope. That you might get a mark, but I want better biological answers. We talked about this already.
Sir, you want to hear the argument against it or just support it?
4. I said 4.
It could support population increase.
I want to hear that. I want to hear a better argument. You'll get a mark for those things, but I want to hear a strong argument for the support of the removal. For when I said 4, I mean for the cut down of these mangroves.
One benefit could be they have a residential area to live.
Okay, biological, but okay, go on. What else?
Oh, sir, I was thinking like mangroves, they could be the habitat of some very poisonous or very harmful to human organisms, like say mosquitoes. What if the mangrove is a hot spot for mosquitoes? So what the mosquitoes will do is they will
The
start
mangrove is not a
invading
hot spot for the mangrove itself is not the hot spot. What is the hot spot?
The water.
The swamp. The swamp. Thank you, Bash. The swamp. So the swamp is where the mosquito will be growing. The stagnant water, right? That was a question before. So the swamp will cause the mosquito, and yeah, that's what I was looking for. So when we remove the the mangrove, chances are we also get rid of the swamp, and as a result, we are going to rid ourselves of the mosquito, the stagnant water that causes the mosquito, right? Good. Against, and all the things you were saying just now. Yeah, place for people to live, prevent overcrowding, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, excellent. Prevent the spread of diseases. Yeah, good. But now, what's our argument against the cutting down?
It
Sir,
can
it could
cause
cause
erosion.
floods because mangroves prevent the coastlines from flooding.
Yeah, it makes the country more vulnerable.
It
The
causes
ones below sea level.
coastal erosion.
Yeah, erosion too. It prevents erosion as well. Good. It prevents flooding. Let's say the sea level, the land is below sea level. Mangrove will therefore protect us from the waves coming in. All right, so that can cause flooding. So the mangrove will break that tide. What else it can also do? It provides biology, habitat. Exactly. It provides a habitat for the growth of, for the living of organisms. So the organisms are living there. Birds have nests, snakes are between there, fish there as well. So many organisms are living in that habitat, in that environment, right? Did we put more than 2 there? Anybody can think of another one quickly?
It's destroying the natural beauty of the environment.
Sir, tourist attraction.
What are we doing again? We're saying it's for what? What is this for?
Biology safe.
Against, so we're against the cutting down because it's what?
So it contributes to global warming.
Yeah, very good. Global warming, cutting down the trees will therefore, and you see, in an exam, read the next question. Always do that. Read the next question. The next question might give you a hint as to what you can put above there. Look at this next question here. Cutting down carbon dioxide, what are you thinking? Global warming. So global warming could be an answer to that question above there. Read the next question. Always read the next question. All right? If you're clueless as to what to put for the answer there, read the next question. It's going to always get you some guide. All right? Good. So let's talk about the next one there. Somebody read C.
Explain the effects on the carbon cycle of cutting and burning large areas of mangrove trees across the Caribbean.
Sorry, I was distracted. Let me read it back to myself quickly. Yeah, so cutting down trees can cause what? The trees remove what?
The trees remove carbon from the environment. So if you cut down the trees, then less carbon is being removed.
The trees remove carbon dioxide, right? Not carbon. Carbon is recycled oftentimes by carbon dioxide. It's different. So you got to specify what the trees are removing. Trees are removing carbon dioxide. Yeah?
Can it cause deforestation as well?
No, but it is deforestation. It is deforestation. So we're saying that it removes the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And what is the role of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere? What does carbon dioxide do in the atmosphere?
It trap heat.
It traps sunlight. It traps these ultraviolet rays. And that does what? What does that cause?
It calls for the heat
Increase
of
in
the
temperature.
atmosphere.
Greenhouse effect.
Greenhouse effect. Increased global temperature. We
Global
call
warming.
global warming. Good. Did we answer the question?
No, sir.
No.
Let's read the question back. Read the question.
Explain the effect on the carbon cycle of cutting and burning large areas of mangrove trees across the Caribbean.
Responses. So let's talk about the carbon cycle quickly. In the carbon cycle, there are three processes we have to talk about. One process is removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. There's only one process known to man naturally that removes carbon dioxide. What is that process called?
Photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis. Then there are other processes that add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. What are two processes we can include in the carbon cycle to add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere?
Respiration and excretion.
Combustion.
Respiration and combustion, right? So using this fossil fuel in your cars and so on, add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, that is combustion. Factories burning smoke, blah, 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 doing their stuff, combustion, right? Respiration, using up oxygen, producing carbon dioxide, plants and animals, adding that to the atmosphere, respiration. Removal of carbon dioxide, photosynthesis, right? Those are the processes that we are talking about in the carbon cycle. So we have really sketched the carbon cycle there, right? So burning and cutting these trees will increase the carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, right?
Yes, sir.
There was something else I want to talk about here on this topic here. Let me see quickly. Why do you have fewer organisms at the top of a food chain? What happens typically to the energy as the chain progresses?
The energy is reduced when energy is
molecule-
reduced by 10% due to each trophic class.
Sir, because the animals
I think you, Steve, you're talking, but we're not hearing you. And that is poor. Right. Anybody? Why would you have fewer organisms at the top of the food chain than at the bottom?
Because as consumption happens, the energy is reduced as species continue eating each other.
So as the food chain progresses, or as the feeding relationship progresses, you have fewer organisms at the top simply because what?
Because the
Anybody else?
trophic level decreases as you go up by like 10%.
Less energy
Trophic
is
level
available.
increases. Energy level decreases.
Less energy is available, so the organism at the top has to feed on multiple organisms, right? So let's say we have a toxin. We introduce a toxin into this ecosystem, and you would find that the toxin's concentration increases as the food chain progresses. Why might the toxin concentration increase?
Because it would remain in each organism, and as the organism keeps eating, it would like continue going up and up until it reaches the tertiary consumer.
As the organism at the top feeds on multiple other organisms, it's getting multiple of that toxin from different organisms. So it will basically multiply the toxin as the food chain progresses. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Why is only approximately 10% of energy is available for the next organism?
Because some of the
Respiration.
excreted or stored or respired.
Some of the
Escaping from
energy is
predators.
lost through respiration or escaping predators.
Excretion.
Excretion, growth, all of those things, energy is used up. So you lose energy for respiration as well. You use energy for escaping predators. So large amounts of the energy is actually used up by the organism, and therefore less is available when eaten. All right, good. Anything else here I want to talk about? I don't think so. All right, good.
Sir, I think Kyle made a good point in the chat also.
Where on YouTube?
No, right here.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. Can work. Yep. I'm now seeing all the chats here. So I'm reading them. All right, good. Next. Question 6. Let's go with this here quickly. So the pancreas and the pituitary gland. Good. Pancreas is a beautiful organ that has both exocrine function and endocrine function. The exocrine function will be the hormones, all the hormones. What did I just say? No, that's wrong. I think I said the wrong thing. The exocrine function is your enzymes, and the endocrine function will be your hormones. So the exocrine system producing all the enzymes. The pancreas has all enzymes to digest all food material, protein, fat, starch. The pancreas produces all of them, all right? So the pancreas is really a beautiful organ. And the pancreas also has endocrine function because it produces hormones. So what are these hormones that the pancreas produce? There is the beta cells produce insulin. Your alpha cells produce
Glucagon.
what? Glucagon. Don't get mixed up with glycogen. And the delta cells produce another hormone called somatostatin. All right, but what you need to remember, insulin, beta cells, alpha cells, glucagon. Remember those two. The pancreas, the beta cells of the pancreas produce insulin. Your alpha cells produce glucagon. Good. Now let's talk about the roles of these hormones. I am teaching here because I really want to get to talk about diabetes because that's oftentimes on the exam. So I'm trying to get to diabetes. Good. So what is diabetes? Diabetes is a condition that occurs because or characterized by high blood glucose level. Why are we having a high blood glucose level? Because either we have a complete lack of insulin or a partial lack of insulin. Partial lack, complete lack. The people on YouTube distracting me. Somebody asking me who sells? What are y'all talking about? Anyway, y'all follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I even remember what I was saying. What was I saying?
Diabetes.
We're talking about
He was given the definition for diabetes.
Right. So
Yeah.
diabetes is the disease that is characterized by high blood glucose levels. So we have high blood glucose level, and that is bad. What do we need to do if the glucose level is high, we need to bring it back down. And the process where we try to maintain a constant level, we call that what?
Homeostasis.
Homeostasis.
Homeostasis. Homeostasis is defined as
Maintenance of a constant.
Maintaining bodily functions.
Nope, that's not going to work in the exam.
Maintenance of a constant
Homeostasis,
internal environment.
right? The body's ability to maintain a constant internal environment. You must mention the word constant or balance environment. So what do I mean by that? When you consume a meal, digestion happens, the food is broken down. When the food is broken down, glucose results. So the blood glucose level rises. If the blood glucose level is rising, you are disturbing the homeostasis. So the body must go into something to maintain back that homeostasis. So in this case, the beta cells of the pancreas will release what?
Insulin.
Insulin to
Lower the blood
that
glucose level.
blood glucose level. How does the body lower the blood glucose level exactly? 2 ways. My students, come in here.
Assimilation, this is where the cell will allow the glucose inside the bloodstream to enter the cell, or by releasing glucagon, which will
No.
or by storing that excess glucose as glycogen.
Good. So you have the body, insulin causes the cells of the body to open and take in that free glucose. That lowers the blood glucose level because the cells are taking in the glucose and therefore less of that glucose will be circulating in the body. So that's one way. If there is also excess, another way to lower the blood glucose level is by converting that glucose to glycogen. Insulin converts glucose to glycogen around the liver, in the liver, right? Good. And that glycogen remains there for 24 hours, right? Unless it's, well, for it to be used up back. And let's say a person is hungry, what happens normally? When a person is starving, what happens?
The stomach will
Start
start
to use the fat.
The alpha cells will release glucagon. That glucagon will convert that stored glycogen into glucose and
Will break
raise the blood
down,
level.
right? Glucagon, the alpha cells of the pancreas release glucagon. That glucagon breaks down glycogen stores around the liver, converting that glycogen to glucose. And that glucose is used up by things like the brain, organs like the brain. I'm not sure what the person was saying about the stomach just now, but that's the correct answer we're talking about there. Following, are we paying attention?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let's see what's happening on YouTube, if they're following or if they're lost. Okay. Questions? Before we get to talking about diabetes, we think you understand what happens normally for the homeostasis of glucose.
Can you please repeat them? I didn't hear them fully.
Repeat what?
Can you please repeat what you said for the homeostasis? Because I didn't hear all of them fully.
The definition of homeostasis?
Know how the body maintains homeostasis.
No, we just spoke about how the body regulates blood glucose level as homeostasis, as an example of homeostasis. So homeostasis is the body's ability to maintain a constant internal environment. That constant internal environment has a lot of things to it. Blood pressure is one, blood sugar is one, temperature is one. There's so many, thyroid hormone is one. All of those different things happen in homeostasis all at once. But we just explained how the body maintains a constant glucose level. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me recap it. So when you eat food, the glucose level will go up. Too much of a high glucose level in the blood is dangerous. So we got to get that glucose level down. All right. So how we get that glucose level down? The pancreas, the beta cells of the pancreas will release insulin. Insulin lowers the blood glucose level. How does insulin do that? It causes cells of the body to take in glucose, and it also causes the liver to store extra glucose as glycogen. If a person is starving now, the reverse happens. Glucagon is released by the alpha cells, which breaks down glycogen and free up glucose. And the person gets to send glucose to the important organs such as the brain. The brain can't function without glucose. Other than glucose, there is something called ketones. You're going to learn that in your advanced biology that the brain uses, but the brain needs that glucose. Good. Yeah, that's better, Trini.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's talk about diabetes. What did we say diabetes was just now?
Sir, is characterized by high blood glucose level.
It's a disease characterized by high blood glucose level. And what is causing that condition?
The lack of insulin or the partial
lack of insulin or complete lack of insulin. Absolute lack or partial lack of insulin, right? So there are two types of diabetes, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is what we call a complete lack of insulin. So it's a absolute lack of insulin, right? And why is this happening? It's really the body destroying the beta cells. The body is destroying the beta cells. And if the beta cells are destroyed, then the beta cells are not producing insulin. So there's a complete lack of insulin, right? And then in type 2 diabetes, and that can happen anyhow, that can happen randomly. I know of quite a few persons who travel to the US in their adult life and develop diabetes afterwards, type 1 diabetes, that is. Some viral infections, this is advanced work. You will not see this on the CXC exam tomorrow, but I'm just telling you. Some viral infections often predispose the body to that destruction of the beta cells. Things like Epstein-Barr virus, cytomegalovirus, CMV, EBV, and things like that, right? You not know that at this point, but you will see that back later on if you go on to do advanced science. Right, so in type 1 diabetes, again, what's happening there?
There's a complete
lack of blood.
Complete lack of insulin because the beta cells are destroyed. And it's called an autoimmune disease because the body is really overreacting. The body is what is destroying this thing, you know. It's not a virus, it's the body destroying it. When the infection of the virus happens, the body is trying to get rid of the virus by doing something called molecular mimicry. And the body is taking this normal beta cells that look like this virus and destroying it. So the body is overreacting. It's really an autoimmune disease. All right, good. Somebody say focus on what we need to know. Well, all you gotta do is pay attention to what you need to know. Yeah. Good. What is the next thing I was? Oh, type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is where now the person is obese, and because the person is obese, the fat cells prevent the insulin from working. And what would happen if the insulin is not working like it should?
There would be
Then they can't. Oh my God. Oops.
No, if the insulin is not working, what would happen? What would the body do?
The body will not be able to
No,
function.
stop overthinking it. if the body
Juice
is
or insulin.
producing insulin, but the body is thinking that the insulin is not working, what would the body do?
What's the excess?
I get rid of the
Juice or
insulin.
insulin.
It will produce more, and it
Yeah.
produces more and more and more until the beta cells are burnt out and they can no longer produce enough. So you understand how these two different types of diabetes happen?
Yes, sir.
Good. So type 1, where you have destruction of the beta cells by some autoimmune disease, and then type 2, obesity is causing that. So which one you can prevent, type 1 or type 2?
Type 2.
Type 2.
Type 2.
You really can't prevent type 1, right? Oftentimes type 1 happen in children, but we can't say that alone. Type 2 happens in anybody, right? Can you find type 2 in a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course you can.
What will you see in that child? That child must be what?
Obese.
Obese.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Good. So you understand diabetes now. Let's go on to talk about why diabetes is so problematic. High blood glucose level damages all capillaries. Where are you going to find major capillaries? Which organs of the
Any
body?
lungs.
Yeah.
No, forget lung. That's not one of them.
The skin cells.
Eyes, heart, kidneys. The eyes and the kidneys are probably the strongest. And of course, your nerves are the nerves in the distal part of your feet will also be closely related to capillaries as well. So you would have, what do you have happening? Because the blood vessels, the small capillaries are being killed by all this high glucose level, those capillaries go bad. And as a result, you can have retinopathy, which is blindness. You can have nephropathy, which is the kidney nephron. I'm showing you the word nephropathy. The kidney is going bad, right? So you have kidney failure, you have blindness, you can have heart attack, you can have stroke. Those are all complications of diabetes that can come in the exam. Again, complications of the diabetes, heart attack.
So what about amputation of limbs?
Yeah, I'm coming to that in a bit. Heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, blindness. And then because the nerves are being killed, a person might be stuck with a needle or got a cut on their toe or their leg, and they don't feel that. That cut becomes infected. And when that cut is infected, if we don't get control of that infection soon enough, we'll have to cut off that entire limb to prevent sepsis, to prevent that infection from spreading throughout the entire body. So oftentimes amputation is another complication of diabetes. Okay? What are our signs? What are the signs and symptoms of diabetes? What are the three cardinal signs of diabetes? What are the main things we will see? My students?
Blood sugar plus.
Yeah.
Excess sweating.
No. What are the three?
Excess hunger, excess urination.
I want to hear the terms.
Sir, obesity.
Just calling random things now.
Sir, hypodipsia.
Polyuria, polydipsia, polyphagia. Those are your science terms. Those are your biology terms. Polydipsia, polyuria, polyphagia. Polydipsia means excessive thirst. Polyuria, frequent urination. Polyphagia, frequent hunger. So what is happening? What's happening that's causing these things? The person has all that glucose in their blood, but the cells are not getting that glucose. So the person thinks they're hungry. So that person feels hungry and the person goes to eat. But the problem is not having. The problem is it's not going into the cells. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. So I'm just explaining how you're getting the signs and symptoms. They can ask you that, but just know what they are. Frequent hunger, frequent urination, frequent thirst. Other signs include weight loss. The person will lose weight. Why is the person losing weight? Let me see a good biology student.
Because they're not retaining any of the nutrients from the stuff that they're intaking.
Because they're not getting it. So the body thinks this person is broke and they're hungry. So the body's breaking down the fat to get more energy. But the problem is not that the fat that break. The problem is not that the person doesn't have. The problem is the person cannot use it, right?
They have
so
it, but they can't use it.
Right, and they're just creating more glucose now, and that's the essence of the problem. More glucose, more problems. Yeah. What are some other signs and symptoms of diabetes? So weight loss, frequent hunger, frequent urination, frequent thirst. What else we can have in this person with diabetes?
Fatigue.
Sir, wounds taking long to heal.
Yes, difficulty in healing, frequent infections, and oftentimes it's urinary tract infection. No, no. Hyperpigmentation, yeah, that can work, but don't put that as a top one. The top three is the ones we just spoke about there first, right? Fatigue. All that sugar in the blood, child is fatigued, right? Can a child have all the signs and symptoms type 2 diabetes other than obesity? Obesity is not a sign and symptom of diabetes. Obesity is the cause of the diabetes, right? So because of the obesity, the person has diabetes, and then they will have the signs and symptoms of the diabetes, right? Good. Tingling of the hands, yeah. Tingling of the hands is another one as well. Decreased immunity, yeah, that will work as well. Good. Excessive sleeping, that's not very high up on the list. Good. Good. So we spoke about everything diabetes, so we can answer that question finally. So you have to show where the pancreas is located. The pancreas is at the middle of the abdomen. Not really the middle, but top part. And the pituitary gland is in your head, right? 2 hormones secreted from those. What hormones is produced by the pancreas again?
All of them.
Insulin. All of them. They wouldn't know what all of them mean, but we spoke about all of them just now. Good. And the pituitary gland produces some hormones. What are some hormones for the pituitary gland?
ADH.
ADH, antidiuretic hormone. Good. ADH cause what to happen?
Reabsorption of water in the loop of Henle.
Nope, not a loop of Henle. Where does ADH act, class?
Distal convoluted tubule.
Distal convoluted tubule or collecting duct, right? Not the loop of Henle. The loop of Henle cause reabsorption of water through osmosis following the sodium ions, not because of ADH. ADH acts on the distal convoluted tubule and the collecting duct. Okay?
Yes, sir.
FSH. FSH, yeah, TSH, oxytocin,
luteinizing hormone?
luteinizing hormone, yeah. And nothing else coming right now. But yeah, there are lots of them from the pituitary gland. The pancreas produce enzymes. Yes, they produce enzymes. We spoke about that just now, right? 2 factors that affect the activity of these enzymes. Good question. There's a disease called pancreatitis. An acute pancreatitis is caused by excessive alcohol intake. If you go now and drink 2 cases of alcohol, 2 cases of beer, you can get pancreatitis. In fact, when I was a final year medical student, or third year, can't remember. But when I was in medical school, there was a guy, a very young guy, I think he was like, what, 19, 20? He went binge drinking. He said he had about 3 cases of beer he alone drink. And he had acute pancreatitis. All that alcohol damages the pancreas and it causes basically the enzymes of the pancreas to auto digest, basically leak out and destroy the pancreas by itself. So stay away from the rum, students. Stay away from the rum. And rum also affect the body from standing up too, right? So you definitely want to stay away from the rum. And it makes women scratchety more than normal. So everybody should stay away from alcohol. Huh?
No.
After all, alcohol tastes horribly. Why are we even drinking? Anyway,
That's so
so yeah,
true.
chronic alcoholism affects those enzymes. What else can affect the enzymes?
The temperature of the body. Yeah.
So you're gonna go general and talk about how specific enzymes are affected. Temperature, pH, all of those can affect enzymes. Fair enough. That's not a bad answer at all. Anybody else? Any other questions, comments?
No, sir.
Good. Explain how the hormones secreted by the pancreas work together with the liver to regulate blood sugar levels. Do we have to explain this?
No,
No.
sir.
What are they asking here in this question?
Glucagon converts glycogen
They're talking about
to
homeostasis. All that we just talked about, they're talking about here. And in this one here, what hormone they talking about there to prevent dehydration?
ADH.
ADH. And where does the ADH act?
In the distal convoluting tubule or the collecting duct.
Of the
nephron.
I was waiting for somebody to say kidney. Kidney is a wrong answer.
Is up
Of
the
what? Of the nephron. Is the nephron that happens. Don't tell me, oh, but the nephron is in the kidney. Yeah, but it's the nephron. Good. So we understand this. We're clear on these, right?
Yes,
We
sir.
good? Excellent. So let's talk a little bit about genetics, and then we'll wrap up. Genetics. So genetics will be on the exam, and we will talk about genetic engineering. Those are 2 topics. Yeah, we love genetics. For the persons who have not looked at genetics as yet, I have a YouTube video on genetic inheritance. Pull that video up, learn that. It's going to be on the exam. It's going to be on the exam. Make sure you know it. Somebody said they wish the whole paper was on diabetes. Yeah, diabetes is a nice topic indeed. Yeah, so yeah, I have a video on YouTube on genetic inheritance. If you're unclear about that, you probably can check that out, right? Check it out while you still have the time. I'll give you a genetics question and you will do it now. Let's see how much you know. Mary has color blindness and marries a normal man, what is the possibility of their children having color blindness? Name, define sex-linked disease. Name another sex-linked disease. Draw a punnet, a genetic diagram to show the probability. Answer that. Hey, no joke. For some reason I always using Mary, but every day is Mary. I tired using Mary for truth. Anyway, let me see a random person in this class. Ashton? Is Mackenzie there? We come out from all of a sudden, right? Such a rare commodity.
Sir, why you don't use Barbara and Dexter?
Okay, no, I can't do that. This is YouTube. Everybody gonna hear this. I can't say it didn't happen. Everybody gonna know it happened. Is Pile here? I would have been very happy if Pile was actually here, you know. Anyway, at least he gonna be there tomorrow. Answer the question there. Let me put another one. Farmer. Brown.
Sir, you want the answer. When you want the answer, you will say.
Write it in your book. Do it while I type this other one. Well, there's a possibility of let me ask, what is the genotypic and phenotypic ratios?
So,
when
you say the man is normal, you mean that he's not a carrier, right?
That's what normal means.
Sir, but it's sex-linked, so therefore he would be a carrier.
Nope. A man is never a carrier. A man is never a carrier. Why? Why is a
Because
man?
because the Y
Be
chromosome,
on the X chromosome.
the Y chromosome is too weak to carry anything.
Why don't write any biology exam? Don't write an answer to the biology exam at all.
Carbinus is a disease that is
Only the X
carried by
chromosome can carry a
chromosome.
disease.
Nope, that's not
Because
correct.
men don't carry nothing in general, you know.
Only the X
Whoa!
chromosome
Oh,
carries
nah.
I
We're
take
not having
offense to
that.
that.
We're
I
not having
take
that.
Oh, you're not gonna pass this like if that doesn't happen.
I take
Got to be a
offense to
red
that.
woman. That
I
got to
Sir,
be a red woman.
Gotta be, sir. It gotta be.
That went south real quick. Whoa, this bitter. That gotta be a Trinidadian. Bitter.
That's sir. It's a Guyanese.
That's a good one.
Proud Guyanese, sir. Proud Guyanese.
She got me from Burbies.
No.
What kind of school you go to?
Don't tell me. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me.
Jesus.
Yeah, some men are not carriers because men only have one copy of the sex chromosomes. Women have two copies of the X chromosome, so they can have one normal and one abnormal. When they have one normal and one abnormal, they will be classed as carriers. But a man, once it's a sex-linked disease, oftentimes your sex-linked diseases are carried on the X chromosomes. They can be on the Y chromosome, but they're on the X chromosome most times. And because the man only has one copy of the X chromosome, once the man inherits that, he will always be affected by the disease. So a man cannot be a carrier of a sex-linked disease. The man will be affected by the sex-linked disease. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So a man can either be normal or affected. The man can be a carrier. It's a good question because the exam can ask you that. And
sir, someone with like muscular dystrophy and then disease where it's very like the male. So he can't be like the thing as well.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
So well like muscular dystrophy. So there's like carried on the X chromosome, right, sir? So like if you was that thing, he still won't be like a carrier plus a affected person.
No. The word carrier is an individual who can pass on a genetic disease without themselves being affected by the disease. So if the man has the disease, he can pass on the disease, but he has the disease. The word carrier is not used like that. The carrier is either you have it and you have the gene or you have the characteristic, but you're not affected by the characteristic.
Oh, so there's more like the females.
The females are going to be carriers because the females have an extra copy of the X chromosome. So when one is affected and they have another copy, then the other copy can be normal, and oftentimes the normal copy is what I don't want to use that term, but in science, oftentimes the affected X chromosome is turned off and the normal one takes effect, right? But you can still pass on the affected one, right? So when you pass on the affected one, that's genetic inheritance, passing on to an offspring, but the person has a normal copy, which will make them not have the disease by itself, but can still pass on the disease. But if a person has if a woman has a sex-linked disease, how can that be possible?
Sir, either the mother and the father both parents had the disease, or there could have been a chance that the mother was a carrier and the father had the disease, so the offspring has a chance of being a female that can carry that has the disease and is affected by it.
I don't understand how you're using the word either or like that. It's the same example you gave. So once the parents have the disease, both parents must have the sex-linked disease, and both of them pass on that sex-linked disease to the offspring. We understand that? So a woman will only be affected by a sex-linked disease if both of her parents had that sex-linked disease. But you understand what I'm saying there?
Yes, sir.
Sir, so like a man with XXY, if he has like one X.
Let's not go into chromosomal abnormalities. Let's not do that.
Okay, sir.
Your chromosomal abnormal persons like Klinefelter and so on, those persons are sterile. So they are not going to go on to produce any offspring. So don't go into complicating things. Let's go back to the basics. A man has an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. A woman has 2 X chromosomes. Are we there? Everybody knows that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If your girlfriend has a Y chromosome, something wrong.
Not your girlfriend.
Or if your boyfriend has a 2X chromosome, something wrong. Right? But the X, get him checked. So X and Y, man, XX, women. A sex-linked disease is a disease that is carried or passed on. Ashton is laughing because Ashton actually said at one time that his girlfriend has a Y chromosome. So we had to get his girlfriend checked out. Anyway, a sex-linked disease is a disease that's carried on either of the either of the sex chromosomes, either the X or the Y. The most common one is the X, right? Are we following that?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
What are some examples of sex chromosomes? What am I asking, man? Sorry, sir. I'm tired. When I'm tired, I talk. What are some examples of sex-linked diseases?
Sickle cell.
Blindness.
Iron deficiency.
Said sickle cell. No, don't just speed it past it like that. Somebody said sickle cell. Is that correct?
I said sickle
No,
cell.
sir, it's not the same.
No, sir.
I did not say sickle cell.
No, sir.
Is the Jamaican? The Jamaican said sickle cell.
Yes,
No,
sir.
sir. No, sir.
Hemophilia, blue-green color blindness, muscular dystrophy. Those are your common ones. But remember for the exam, hemophilia and
Blue-green color blindness.
and blue-green color blindness, right? For the exam. Good. What else I want to talk about? Right. So let's talk back again about carrier. The carrier is a person who passes on the disease without being affected by the disease themselves. So let's say it's a person, it's a woman. Who is the woman going to pass on this sex-linked disease to?
A child.
Child.
Obviously, the child. Who else the mother gonna make? A leprechaun? Man, boy, or
The
girl?
daughter, sir. The
Her
female.
sons and half of her daughters.
Son. Always the sons. The woman will pass on the sex-linked disease to her sons. The only time the woman will contribute to the girl having the disease is if the girl also inherits another bad copy from her father. But you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Let me just say it one more time because I don't think I was clear. Let me say it one more time. So again, carrier is a person who passes on without being themselves affected by the disease. The women will contribute the X chromosome to their son. The father gives the boy the Y chromosome to make him male, but the mother gave the X. So if the X was affected in an X-linked disease, then the boy will have that disease. And who gave him the X chromosome? The mother. So the mother will always pass on a sex-linked disease to her sons. The only way a girl has a sex-linked disease is if she gets that affected X chromosome from both her mother and her father. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Good.
sir.
Now let's go talk about our genetic terms. What does heterozygous mean? Hetero, similar to heterosexual. Some of you are not, so you might not sure about that. But what is heterozygous meaning?
So we have two different alleles, one dominant and one recessive.
Two different alleles. So you have the dominant allele and the recessive allele. The dominant allele is the allele that will always be
It would always control over the recessive.
always be expressed. And the heterozygous allele is the allele that will
only be expressed when
Always be
fertilized.
Recessive
will be hidden.
will be masked or hidden unless
Pair with itself.
Oh, very good. So the recessive allele is always hidden unless paired with itself. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. What's an allele? We talk about allele. What's an allele?
The different forms of gene.
Alternative form of a gene.
An alternative form of a gene. Alternative form of a gene. And what's a trait?
So a specific characteristic of an individual.
Very good. A particular characteristic. Good. So let's say having blue eyes is a characteristic. What is that? That's a trait, right? And we can represent that trait by using letters. When we use the letters capital B or common B, what would that be? Those B's would be what?
Heterozygous.
Color.
The B will be what? What would the B be?
The allele.
Allele. We're using the letter as an example of the allele. But do we see letters rolling around in the nucleus of a cell?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No. But it's for us to understand. We're using the letters for us to understand how the genetics happen. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Good. And what's a locus? What's a locus? And I beat my students with a belt for this several times, and they're still quiet.
Specific location in which allele is located upon a chromosome.
Yes, the location of the allele on a chromosome. So L for locus, L for location. Somebody using ChatGPT to get genetic answers? Yeah, wild. All right, good. What else do I normally talk about in my class, students?
Continuous codominance, incomplete dominance.
Types of
All right, we'll talk about that before we leave, before we end. Let me answer these two questions quick. So Mary has color blindness. How in God's name did Mary get color blindness?
Sir,
From
well,
her parents.
mother was probably a carrier.
Okay, good. I don't speak gibberish. I don't understand what all of you are saying, but I hope you're saying that both of our parents had the disease. And once both of our parents had the disease, then she will also have the disease, right?
Right. Yeah.
Good. And she marries a normal man. Anybody has, I don't have my, it'll be hard for me to do this one because I don't have my iPad with me and I want to write. Let's see how we can do it. So it's a sex-linked disease. So we have to put 2 sets of characteristics here. We have to put the X and the Y chromosome because it's sex-linked. And the, oh my handwriting is horrible. And the characteristic we have in question here, right? So let's say we're gonna use capital H and common H. So this woman has the disease, so we will put common H. And the man is normal, so we will put capital H. Everybody understand why we put in capital H?
Yes, sir.
The disease allele is often indicated by the recessive one, right? Good.
So first you said, do you always have to use a Punnett square?
No, you don't have to always use the Punnett square. You can use the confusing lines. I'm reading the chart here.
Confusing.
Yeah, like I say, confusing line because some people can't follow those lines. Use your Punnett square. It's nice and organized. Y'all like the line?
The lines look better.
You crazy? Hell no.
Just confuse me.
The line just give it a nice little look.
You gotta be Trinidadian. You're always backward.
No. I'm not Trinidadian.
What are you?
Sir, can you explain?
St. Vincent.
Oh, we had a Vince in the house. Okay. But is that going to explain something? Somebody was asking to explain something just now?
Yes, sir, I'm convinced. And I said I don't really understand the genetic diagrams. Can you please explain?
You better go and look at the video because we can't do it now.
Well, madam, the fact plenty, Mr. I understand.
We can try and see what we can do just now. So the first thing you should try and do is put down the sex chromosomes first and then put the characteristic in question so you don't get confused, right? So you put down the X and Y, X and Y, X and X, right? So if you notice, X, 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 Y, X, 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 Y. Put down that first and then you put on the characteristic in question. Look at this here. This person is capital H, common H. So you always put a capital H first or the dominant first, right? What would you put here? Recessive, right? If you notice there, mother is affected, mother pass on that disease H to the child, right? What do we have here? Normal allele from the father and abnormal. I'm punished to do this, man. And the abnormal allele from the mother. And what's the mother giving this boy here?
A disease allele.
A disease allele, right? So you don't put anything on the Y chromosome, right? Nothing goes on the Y chromosome. It's an X-linked disease, right? Good. What was I going to explain? I was going to say something. I was going to say something and I forgot.
Sir, select the papers.
What? Leak the paper? Listen, I am too good looking to go to jail. So y'all stop that thing right there. No, you don't continue further. Stop it right there. Not me. So what I want to tell you guys about this thing, Anyway, oh yeah, I wanted to say, look at this. This is the reason why boys always get the disease from their mother. Look at here. You had this H, recessive allele, is being passed from the mother. So the mother always gives the diseased allele to her sons. So in this case, all the sons that are produced by this marriage will have the disease, the X-linked disease, right? And all the girls would be what? What do you see here? A normal and an abnormal. What do you call them?
Carriers.
Carriers. All the girls are going to be carriers because the mother give them that abnormal allele, while all the boys are going to be diseased. Make sense?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes,
So use a genetic diagram. You can use the Punnett square. You can use your lines. If you can follow the crazy lines, then by all means.
So the lines work. The lines work.
The lines work. Whatever works for you, by all means, you do your thing. Good. And then now we have another one. Here's a simpler one. But I ain't able to draw that again. Anybody can write on the screen and want to do this one for us?
I can write on the screen.
You can write on the screen?
Yeah.
Well, good. Go ahead.
What am I supposed to do?
You don't know what you're supposed to do? We're doing this question here. Farmer Brown crosses a tall pea plant. And they're going to give you the letters in the exam, right? I'm just giving you the question. The Farmer Brown crosses a tall pea plant with another tall pea plant, but they're giving you some information here as whether it's heterozygous or homozygous dominant. Any characteristic often has two possibilities. If a person is tall, what are the two possibilities of that person's genotype?
50%.
Heterozygous and homozygous dominant.
I'm asking you, if a person is tall, what are the two possibilities to make that person tall?
It's either he has two tall alleles or one dominant tall and the other one.
I don't know what is two
short.
tall alleles at all. What is two tall alleles?
Sir, if he has two tall parents or one tall parent with a short parent.
Homozygous dominant and heterozygous. Right? Those are the two possibilities. For the person to be tall, they must have had two copies of the dominant allele or one copy of the dominant allele and one recessive, right? That's the two possibilities for having a tall child. Good. So go ahead and do the crossing now. What would this genotype here be? And we're using the word genotype. I hope the person are understanding what we're talking about. What does genotype mean?
The genetic buildup of the organism.
The genetic makeup of the individuals, right? The genes we were talking about. And what's phenotype?
Physical characteristics.
Observed characteristics. Right? Good. Somebody's asking how to show percentages. We're going to do that just now. That's what we're doing now. All right, let me do it. Yeah. So Farmer Brown cross a tall pea plant. It doesn't matter which side you put the thing, right? It can be at the top or at the side. It doesn't really matter. So this tall pea plant that came from a generation of all tall pea plants, that must therefore be what?
Homozygous dominant.
Homozygous dominant. And if it came from it's tall, but came from a generation of some tall and some short, then they must be what?
Heterozygous.
Right? So T and T, capital T, capital T. Oh my. Oh Lord. Capital T, capital T. Was it word for that? Homozygous dominant. Homozygous dominant. Do we say heterozygous? Do we say heterozygous dominant?
No, sir.
No.
Because the word heterozygous means
one dominant
means different, right? Different alleles, right? So this is what our crossing here looks like. Now let's do our genotypic and phenotypic ratio. So this is where the percentage coming in that the person was talking about just now. We're doing it at the bottom here. For the genotype, sometimes I'm just tired. Genotype. Phenotypic. I can spell. I promise you, I can spell. Genotype. So that's where you put the words genotype. This is where you put the words heterozygous, homozygous, and so on, right? The percentages you're using will either be 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. It will never be 22.5, 55.5. Those numbers don't exist. How? Because it's 4 possibility. Each of them will be 25%. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So if it's 2, 2 out of 4 is what? Half.
50%.
50%.
50%.
3 out of 4 is what?
75%.
75%.
75%. So what we write here? The genotype. This is homozygous.
50% homozygous and
50%
50% heterozygous.
50% homozygous. What? You don't use the word homozygous by itself.
Homozygous dominant.
You gotta get something on the back of that. Homozygous dominant, and you put a colon in the middle, right? 50%.
50% heterozygous.
Heterozygous, right?
Okay, they
That's
also
your,
put the ratio.
what mean ratio? This is the ratio. We want
So, like,
1
some people put 2 to like 2
2 to
colons.
2.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to do 2 to 2, but this is the ratio there, 50% to 50%, or you can put 2 colon 2, right? Fair enough. And the phenotypic ratio now, what's phenotype again?
The physical characteristic.
Characteristics that you observe.
Physically observed characteristic. Good to see Asanda is still in the call. Good, good. At least I heard your voice. So physical, what do we see here? All of these are tall, right? So 100% tall, 0% short. Nobody short, right? Don't need to put that 0%, but I just like to be thorough. Good. Where are we? Good. That's that. Are we following still?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Let's see another thing they can ask you. They can ask you to look at sickle cell inheritance pattern. Remember when you're doing sickle cell, you always put in AHB. The AHB is not really a part of the crossing, but because sickle cell is talking about hemoglobin being abnormally shaped, you put in AHB. Somebody think you know what I'm talking about? There we go. Let me go for a YouTube, a quick video on, a quick picture on Google, quick. Sickle cell genetic crossing. So this is what you would do. This is what you would probably do. A for normal and S for the sickle cell, sickled hemoglobin, but that's not what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about here. You should put AHB for what's normal, AHB because it's hemoglobin we're talking about, A for normal and S for abnormal. All right, so you're just putting that AHB there. If they're mentioning sickle cell, all right? If they're mentioning blood.
So
yeah, quickly.
Normally, wouldn't them give us the letters? This is in case they don't give us.
They're gonna tell you A and S, but so they might tell you this here, but the correct thing to write is AHB before you write the A, age B before you write the S. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Like this here I'm talking about here. Right? The normal thing to write is really age B before because you're talking about hemoglobin. Right? Is the hemoglobin you're talking about. But if you write AS and AA, that you won't be affected by that. You should still get the marks. But the right thing to write is age B. And similarly, the right thing to do if they're talking about blood group, is to put an I, like this here, the I in the crossing. They don't have any. If you don't do it, you wouldn't be faltered for it, but the right thing to do is to put it in. Look at this one here. See this here? This is what I'm asking you to do. But if you do this, it shouldn't be wrong. You should still get a mark. But because I'm a perfectionist and you can't be this good looking without being a perfectionist, you should just put that in there. Right? Somebody said something just now? Oh, you were agreeing with me. Right. When is Spanish?
Tomorrow after biology.
Spanish is oh, shoot. Pressure by. Steve, you ready for that? All right. I think that's it. Do I have to talk about it? Yeah, what's complete and incomplete variation? What am I saying? Complete and incomplete dominance.
Isn't incomplete?
Incomplete and co-dominance. Sorry. What is co-dominance?
When both of them.
You see, a few
When
years
both
ago,
are expressed in the phenotype, sir.
a few years ago, I used to do this marathon into the morning, like 1 o'clock, and so on. But you by getting big, and I ain't get a stamina anymore. So, sorry. I'm willing, but I'm weak. So, sorry there. I'm getting old. That's another way of looking at it. That's another way. That's a sad way to look at it. Anyway, what's codominance again?
Sorry, is it when both of the alleles are being expressed?
Yeah, both alleles are being expressed. So how do you write that in a definition?
When both traits are being shown.
When both traits are observable in the phenotype, sir.
Both traits are observed in the phenotype. Good, I like that one. So you have, for example, blood group AB, right?
And sorry, it could be like a type of inheritance as a capital.
Yeah, it is inheritance. They're always talking about inheritance all the time.
So it could be like that one thing with the cow when it had the white spots and the black spots.
Black and white cow. Okay, good. And then for the incomplete dominance now?
It's when they mix. So if you have a white flower and a red flower, when they it got turn pink.
You're gonna turn pink, right? You're gonna turn pink. It produces pink flower, but what's the definition for that? I like how you understand the term, you give an examples, but how you define it. Because the question can ask you to define it.
Is that a mutation?
The locus are partially expressed.
Okay, so producing a new phenotype, right? A new phenotype is produced. Right? None is dominant over the other, and a new phenotype is produced. For example, red flower mating with a white flower producing a pink flower, or an African man, an Indian woman producing a Douglas child. That's the way the world should be. If we're gonna rid ourselves of racism, that's where we have to head, right? Anyway, can you go over blood groups very quickly? All right, so let's talk about blood. What's blood? Blood is a liquid medium that transports substances around the body. We have The heart being the place where, let's look for a diagram of the heart quickly.
So wouldn't this topic just be transporting animals?
So you have blood coming into the right atrium, going into the right ventricle, going to the lungs by the pulmonary artery. In the lung, we give off carbon dioxide, pick up oxygen. That blood comes back to the left side of the heart by the pulmonary vein, goes down into the left ventricle, and then it sends that to the aorta, which goes to all parts of the body. Right? Again, right atrium, right ventricle to the lung by the pulmonary artery, left atrium, left ventricle to the aorta, all parts of the body. Right? You can put in the valves if you wish, your tricuspid valve, bicuspid valve, and so on. But this is the circulation of the heart. Good. So let's talk about the blood now. Blood has different components. Well, what are the components of blood?
Red blood cell, white blood cells, platelets.
Red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets. Red blood cells carry oxygen around the body, oxygen and carbon dioxide around the body. Your white blood cell fight off against infections, while your platelets clot blood. I'll say it again, red blood cell transport oxygen, carbon dioxide around the body. White blood cells fight off infection, platelets clot blood, right? Plasma transports hormones, glucose, and so on, right? So those, make sure you know those functions and
So can you
components.
please, so red blood cells carries oxygen around the body. White blood cells fight off infection. Platelets, can you please repeat platelets?
Clot the blood, clot. So if the person has a cut, the platelets stop the bleeding. Clot the blood. You got that?
Yes, sir.
And the plasma transports. So transports water, hormones, glucose, plasma transports. All right, good. So those are your components of blood. Any questions? Do we have any question on the YouTube? What are they saying there? Okay, I'm not sure what they're saying. Good.
You have to remember the percentages of like how much, platelets and stuff in the blood.
How much plate? I don't understand where you're at. What are you talking about?
Like I saw somewhere that there was like a percentage of how much red blood cells you have, how much
No,
plasma.
you're talking about okay. Yeah, so the farm elements or your hemoglobin will consist of roughly about 45%. And your Buffy coat, which includes let me look for it. Your Buffy coat will be less than a percent really. And your plasma would be roughly 55%. Here, look at this here. So this is what we were talking about. So when you spin the blood, the red blood cell go to the bottom. Your Buffy coat is where your white blood cell and your platelets would be, and your plasma is what is over the top. So the plasma is really the liquid part that has water and all of that stuff there, right? So this is what this looks like here. Good. Thanks for that contribution there. Don't remember to say everything. But the questions are useful because they bring in the stuff, right? Any other question or comments? Yeah, we're still talking about the blood. We haven't gotten to the question the boy asked just now, so we're getting there. So one thing else I want to tell you here before I forget, what was it? One thing else. Can't remember. I'm getting old. Yeah. Let's talk about the blood cell. The red blood cells have antigens on them. Right? The antigens on the red blood cell determine the blood group. So if the A antigen is there, the person would have blood group A. If the B antigen is there, the person will have blood group B. If both A and B antigens are there, what's the blood group?
AB.
AB. And if no antigen is there,
O.
blood group O, right? No antigen, blood group O. And the antibody that will be present in the plasma will be the opposite. So the antibody prevents the person from receiving that kind of blood. So if the person has the A blood group, what antibody would they have in the plasma?
B.
B. So the person will not be able to collect the B blood, right? And if the person has blood group AB, what antibody would that person have? No antibody. No, there's no O antibody. The person will have no antibody. If the person has blood group AB, the person have both antigens, so the person wouldn't have any antibodies. If the person has blood group O, what antigen that person has?
A and B.
No antigen. Remember, the antigen determines the blood group. If the person has blood group A, what is the antigen present?
B.
B.
No, y'all not listening.
A.
Antigen present
antibodies
determines
is
the
the
blood
opposite.
group. Right. Antigen present determines the blood group. The opposite antibody will be present to prevent that person from receiving that opposite blood. So if the person has blood group A, what antigen that person has?
A.
A. If the person who's saying B, antigen determines the blood group. So if the person has antigen A, the blood group is A. If the person has the antigen, it means they will have the opposite antibody. And what is that opposite antibody would be for A?
B.
B. So it means that person cannot receive B blood. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If the person has both antigen, A and B, what antibody would they have?
No antibody.
No antibody. Very good. And if they have no antigen now, they will therefore have what antibody?
O.
No, there's no O antibody. A and B. Very good. They would have A and B. You following that?
Yes, sir.
No antigen, both A and B antibody. It means if a person's blood group O, they can't receive blood from blood group A or blood from blood group B, because the person has both antibody to prevent that from happening. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And
sir.
then there's a rhesus factor. I don't really want to talk about it because it mightn't come, but then again, you might don't leak CXC papers, so I don't know what's there or not. So let me talk about it quickly. So the rhesus factor is another antigen that can be present on the blood. So if the person has the rhesus factor, they are Rh positive. So we say A positive. So the person who has A positive blood really have the A antigen and the rhesus factor. Too much for you?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Sure, rewind a little.
Yeah. Let me slow down. So the blood has different antigens on them. They have the ABO antigen system. So if the person has the A antigen, the blood group will be A. If it has the B antibody, the B antigen, the blood group is B. If they have both antigen, A and B, the blood group is AB. All right. But it also has another antigen that can be present. We call it the rhesus antigen. If the rhesus antigen is present, we just say positive. If it's absent, we just say negative. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, you need to know that because there's something called incompatibility in the RH negative mother. I'm wondering if that ever been on the CXC exam. I don't want to go into it and it's not there. We can look at the video. We can look at the video on it. If it come, it come. You get some basic understanding of it. But let me explain it quickly before. So if the person has the RH antigen, they will be positive blood, right? If they don't have it there, wow, they gone quiet, right?
Sir, please repeat.
I'm saying if the person has the RH antigen, then their blood group is what?
Positive.
Positive. And if they don't have it, the blood group is
Negative.
Right. So in a so the ABO antibody, the person born with those. So if a person has the A blood, what antibody they have?
B.
B. The person born with that B antibody, right? But in the RH one now, if that person doesn't have the antigen, they have to make the antibody. They have to make the antibody. And making the antibody takes time. So what you need to know about this, it's important in pregnant women. So let's say Walcott marries Bash. Walcott is RH negative, and Bash is RH positive. Chances are the baby will be RH positive. Because she is RH negative, if there is some trauma or something, then the baby's blood mixes with the mother's blood, the mother becomes what we call sensitized. And she now would make antibodies against that RH blood that she sees as foreign. Too much for you?
Sir, I can break it down.
I really can't break it down anymore. That's me being a sim. Let me look for a video. This is not something we should have done the night before exams. All right. RH incompatibility in pregnancy. Let me look for a short video, not medical videos. My playlist will get you medical videos, but let me just type in RH incompatibility in pregnancy, GSCE. Anybody has the bio syllabus?
Yes, sir.
And you quickly check and see if you can find RH incompatibility in it. We don't want to waste our time if it's not there. I know I normally teach it to my students because it's in the INT syllabus. But just check and see if it's in the biology syllabus. I think so. But these videos are long. What's this? 2 minutes. All right, good. This seems nice. All right, look at this one. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
RH. Most these people are RH positive. But a small percentage of the global population is missing this protein, making them Rh negative. These two blood groups are incompatible. That means that if they mix, deadly reactions can occur.
Is it sticking on your end?
That's why it's dangerous when an RH
Yes,
negative.
sir. Yes, sir.
I haven't restarted my Mac in a while, so I guess it's behaving crazy. All right, let's go again.
The story of RH disease begins with blood. Everyone on Earth can be divided into one of 4 major blood groups. But there's another category that differentiates us, RH. Most people have a protein on their red blood cells called the Rhesus factor. These people are RH positive. But a small percentage of the global population is missing this protein, making them RH negative. These 2 blood groups are incompatible. That means that if they mix, deadly reactions can occur. That's why it's dangerous when an RH negative woman becomes pregnant with an RH positive baby. If the baby's red blood cells get into the mother's bloodstream, her immune system will consider them foreign invaders and create antibodies to destroy them. These antibodies can also cross the placenta and attack the fetus, with terrible consequences like permanent brain damage and even death. This immune reaction begins during a mother's first pregnancy, but is only completed after the baby is born. That's why first babies are typically spared from RH disease. They're already born by the time the mother's immune system has time to react. But an immune system never forgets, leaving all future RH positive babies at risk of getting RH disease. RH disease was once a major killer, but in the 1960s, scientists
Good.
discovered
Yeah, is it there? You saw it in the syllabus?
essentially hacking the
Well, the syllabus, as I was looking at it.
Sir, can't find it.
Can't find it. All right, let's just quickly say it exists. What happens? The first pregnancy is often saved because the mother doesn't make the antibody yet. But the second pregnancy gets worse because the mother already has the antibody, and those antibody can cross the placenta. And when it crosses the placenta, the baby is killed in the belly. Right? Just know that. That's basically it. Whatever antigen present, the person has the blood group. What is your universal blood donor?
Is it O?
Oh,
No, you gotta go a little deeper than that. We talk about the Rhesus factor as well. So which one is it? O what?
O negative?
O negative. It can O negative because it doesn't have any antigen. It can be given to anybody. Right? So the O negative is really the universal donor, meaning the blood can be given to anybody. And the universal recipient, meaning they can collect any blood, will be what?
AB.
AB?
AB
No.
negative.
No. Close, but no. AB what?
Positive.
Positive. It will be AB positive because they have all the antigens and therefore they will have no antibody. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Universal donor
Yes,
again.
sir.
Universal donor again will not have any antigen, so therefore they wouldn't stimulate any antibody reaction. So that will be the O negative. The universal recipient can collect blood from anybody will be the AB positive. The biology exam would want you to specify which one or what. O negative is universal donor. AB positive is universal recipient. HSB exam, I just want you to say O or might want to say AB. But for biology, you gotta know exactly which one it is. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I like how y'all networking in my class here. This is nice. I like that. That's good. That's good. That's good. When I was at your age, there was a online forum where we used to meet. One of my very first Facebook friends actually was somebody I met while preparing for the CXC exam. So I like things like this. It's a good way you can have young people actually conversing with common goals, right? So that's good. Always support it. Good. Is there anything else I can help you guys with? Something else about the blood we were talking about. Oh, blood vessels. Blood vessels. Let's talk about blood vessels quickly. Wow. Kyle disrespectful, right? What?
Master, back in my day, I used to converse with pigeons on piece of paper.
Sir, I know you ain't having that.
No, you see, it's late and my brain cells are dying. So I would have had a good comeback for him, but look on the bright side. At least we don't have to steal the maths paper to pass maths in Guyana.
I did.
Oh, shock.
That's
crazy.
so funny thing. That's so funny thing. Though. I sat
Okay.
math last year. I sat math last year. So
Oh,
Nah,
you thought
sir.
that last
you don't have
year.
anything on me.
It didn't leak
You
in
don't have
Guyana.
anything on me.
My name's them who leak the paper.
Hello, stop it. Guyanese don't leak paper. We just tap CXC.
Yes, sir. Let them know. Let them know.
Period.
Delete the
Because
Bible.
all you have the paper.
Hey, stop it. But hey, this life done. This life done.
Sir, I think if paper 2 was supposed to get leaked and we had to rely on paper 1, you think it would be easier or difficult?
I would vex. I tell you.
It
No,
would be
because what happened is when it leak and you get only paper 1 to do, if you get 51 out of 60, you're going to get a 3.
You can get a 3 indeed. And people don't understand that, people think, oh, they're celebrating when you get paper 1 alone. They don't understand the curve will be shifted. The only way you can sell yourself safe is if you get 100% on that paper 1 and a full SBA score. And people don't understand that. Even to 50 out of 60 is not safe. You got to make sure you score as much as you can score. So it's really a disadvantage. For example, I have some students really bright who work hard, and that paper 1 thing gonna really throw them off. But it is what it is, man.
Then,
And
sir, I'm having to help you with maths cause
I know math, but I don't have the patience to teach maths. If I integrated science, get some maths in it, and when I teach that, I just want to slap these children up. So instead of me going to jail, let's just stick to the English and the little biology. Yeah, because jail is not for good looking me. We were talking
Jail
about
is
blood.
not for dark chocolate.
No dark chocolate in jail. Walcott at all. Blood vessels, arteries, capillaries, veins. Let's talk about structure and function. We can, since we're online, let's just be lazy and look for a quick table that can show you this thing. Quick
Use
table.
the technology, sir.
Right. No matter
So
why.
what's the possibility of the eye coming on the exam?
Anything can come. You want to talk about the eye quick in case it come?
Yes,
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be nice.
Yes, please.
Table. Oh, you want the table again? Showing structure and function of the what again? Vessel.
Blood vessels, sir.
I'd like to create my own tables because these things will be too much unnecessary things in them. This one looks simple and nice. So you go quick. So the arteries have very thick walls and narrow lumen. They don't have any valves, right? The veins, there was a very nice video that the boys at Fu sent to me the other day that explained this thing in 50 seconds. Y'all saw the video in the group, right? You must look back at that. A nice quick TikTok video, man. Real sweet. Anyway, arteries, thick walls, narrow lumen, no valves. Veins, large lumen, thin walls, and because the walls are thin and because they're acting against gravity, they need to have valves, right? So the valves prevent backflow. I hope that's what it's saying because I'm not reading, I'm just talking. I hope that's what it's saying there. Your arteries carry blood away from the heart. Remember that. Always remember that one. Arteries carry blood away from the heart. Oftentimes, most of the arteries have oxygenated blood, but all the times the arteries carry blood away from the heart. You think you know what I'm saying there?
Yes, so A for away.
A for artery, A for away. Very good. Which was the exception? Which one of the arteries don't have oxygenated blood? We talked about it earlier.
Pulmonary artery.
Pulmonary artery, right. Good. And the veins, all veins take blood to the heart. All veins take blood to the heart, and all of them have deoxygenated blood, except which one?
Pulmonary.
Pulmonary.
Anybody else know another vein that has oxygenated blood?
Umbilical cord.
Very good. Umbilical vein. Umbilical vein. Very good. And the capillaries, what they do, they basically link arteries to veins. That's their function, right? They link arteries to veins. And they are very thin, and they only allow for blood to pass through one cell at a time. Is that saying anywhere there? It's not there, but you get the point I'm making. So arteries, capillaries, veins. Which one is the biggest? The veins are the largest. Capillaries, the arteries are the second one, and then the smallest is the capillaries. The capillaries is so thin that it allows for rapid diffusion of gases. That's what that's saying there. So thin, rapid diffusion of gases, but it functions to really link arteries to veins. Right? Questions? We have this? You understand this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's quickly look for a picture that cements it in your head. Picture of artery, veins, capillaries. I can spell, I promise. This is how the arteries, this is how the capillaries link your veins to your arteries. It's linking it basically to venules and arterioles. That's how it looks like here. That's the link we were talking about there. So look at this here. This is not a very good diagram. I don't like it. It should be a little thicker on this inside here. But the lumen of the artery is very small, and the wall is very muscular because it has that smooth muscle that contracts and relaxes, right? A very large lumen here, thin wall, and it has what inside? Valves, right? We going quiet. What happened, y'all? This too much?
No, sir. Continue.
And the capillaries is very thin. Only one red blood cell at a time can pass through. And because it's so thin, the walls are so thin, it allows for rapid diffusion of gases. Good. Let's talk about the eye diagram. Oh, a drawing coming tomorrow, right? A drawing is coming. We don't know what it is, but there's gonna be a drawing there. Hopefully it's something that we talk about. Mind you, who's the person that said, let's look at the eye quickly?
Me, I don't know. My name is not there.
Oh, the person with the 3 dots. So she said, look at the eye. So mind you, I don't know if the eye is on the paper. This girl said that. So if the paper come out.
Sir?
Sir, how you sounding like that?
Start.
No, I got
some to believing.
Sir, what are you trying to do to me?
I got to put a disclaimer down there because we know going on. We can't trust these people these days. Next thing she got the paper down there, right? And she want we walk the question.
Oh, so come on now. Come on now.
At least she'll be helping us, sir. We ain't really mind.
All right, let's go quickly. We're going to talk about the eye, and we're going to talk about some diseases that can affect the eye, right? So let's talk about the parts, the main parts. We are not doing the unnecessary things right now. The lens, what the lens does. Bend the light.
To pass.
Nope. Light. The lens bend the light onto the retina. Bends light onto the retina. The cornea, which is a transparent layer in front here, allows light to pass through. The cornea does that. And in the middle here has a hole. What we call the hole?
Pupil.
The pupil. Pupil also allows light to pass through. The transparent layer facilitates light entering the eye. The pupil allows the light now to pass through that lens. The lens then bend that light onto the retina, right? On the retina, an upside down image is formed, right? The message is sent to the brain by the optic nerve. The optic nerve is the nerve going to the brain. The brain then interprets what you're seeing. Technically, the optic nerve doesn't go to the brain, but for all intents and purposes, let's just say it does. What was I saying? And then the brain interprets what you're seeing as upside down or upright. If the eye is seeing it as upside down, what's the opposite of upside down?
Right side up.
Right side up. Sounds about right. Okay, good. So that's that. That's how we see. Anybody want to run through it quickly?
Sir, so what really is the macula?
The macula?
Yeah.
So there's a spot there that we say it's maximum acuity. So of all intents and purposes, it's such good acuity that we call it a blind spot. So really, if a light falls on that part, you wouldn't see it. But it doesn't.
Where's the fovea?
Pardon?
Where is the
Sir,
fovea?
excuse me. Oh,
Look, it's right there. Same thing. All right, same thing. Somebody was saying something just now.
sir, excuse me. You were saying, right? If light falls on it, right? But light don't enter that blind spot, right?
Right.
So there's no light, so nothing. You can't see anything, right?
You can't see anything, but that doesn't. But it's technically we're not. Technically, it's not we can't see it, but it's just. How do I put this? Take it as that, man. But what I'm trying to say is that if light falls on it, we wouldn't see it. So how do we know light is not falling on it? Kind of weird.
Because we're seeing.
Because we're seeing. But if we,
it's a blind spot.
Right.
Light is not supposed to go there.
No, but it's technically that's not it. But
You know what? Sir, just ignore me. I'm a YouTube something.
yeah, let's move on. No, what? The excessive compulsive behavior is not allowing me to ignore that. But something else I want to talk about. Oh, let's talk about these. Oh, what's an antagonistic muscle?
Muscles that work
Something
opposite
that
each other.
works against the flow of,
Yeah,
fluid.
muscle groups that work independent of each other. All right. So when one contracts, the other one relaxes. Do you know an antagonistic muscle group in the eye?
Suspensory ligament.
Yeah. So it's
Sure.
and what? Learn it before the exam, right? There are a few of them around the body. Ciliary muscles, yeah, suspensory ligament. The two go hand in hand. There's also your bicep and your tricep, right? Biology exam, I like to ask about antagonistic muscles. Good. Let's talk about metropia and hypermetropia quickly. And glaucoma. Those are the three ideas I'm going to talk about. So short-sightedness. What happens in short-sightedness? A person can see close objects clearly, but cannot see distant objects. Right? So the person sees close objects clear, but distant objects appear blurred. All right? Good. This one has both of them right here. Good. Like this one. So the person sees close objects. So normally the light rays must converge directly on the retina for you to see. In short-sightedness, the light rays are converging before the retina. So how can we see? The person has to come closer. Right? So the person sees the close objects clear, but the far objects appear blurred. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Close objects are seen clear, distant objects appear blurred. In long-sightedness is the opposite. Far objects appear clear and distant objects appear, well, that's stupid. Far objects appear clear and close objects appear
Blood.
blurred. Opposite, right? Good. And how do we correct this? This is what lens here.
Concave.
Your concave, yeah, your concave lens pushes it onto the retina. Right? Good. Good, good. And then long-sightedness. What lens we use for the long-sightedness?
Convex.
Convex.
Convex lenses. They can actually draw. If they actually draw, this will be beautiful. Let's look at that quickly. Long-sightedness. So in long-sightedness again, can you remind me what that is again? Also called hypermetropia. What do we
When
call
the light
what is
focuses behind the retina.
technically it's not focusing behind the retina, but that's correct. That's in theory, right? You think actually it's happening at the back of the retina? No. But at the point of the retina, it has not converged. So we are saying if it were to continue, it will converge at the back of the retina. But does that actually happen? No. Nothing is at the back of the retina. Do you guys know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Sir, so what to
Yes,
say
sir.
in the exam if it comes back of the retina or
You put it in the exam. That's fine. But I'm just saying, I want you to understand really what it means. Yeah? Okay. So hypermetropia, the person sees far objects clear. And why are they seeing the far object clear? As you move the object away from the eye, it is as if you're pulling what might be converging at the back of the retina onto the retina itself. That make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the person sees the far objects clear and the close objects appear blurred. Why are they seeing the close objects blurred? Because it's as if it's converging at the back of the retina. Power? How do we fix that? Oh, because we want to know what's going on here. Oh, they have both. They have both here, right? So on to control the long-sightedness, we use a convex lens, right? So they have both of the pictures here. This is good. This is good stuff. Take a picture of this. This is nice. Look back at this before you go in the exam tomorrow. If this is the drawing on the exam, you should be fine.
So you say that like the eye coming, you know something we don't?
I don't know anything that you don't know.
Very sus. Very
I
sus.
believe
Me up.
everything's sus here. Everything.
Like the child said earlier online, everything sir said will not come. Y'all ain't gonna set me up. I good.
Sir, you get any time remaining? Because I was gonna ask, like, we do the human part of biology, right? I was gonna ask if we could do plants, like the plants part.
Excellent question. I hate plant biology, but what you want we talk about quickly?
Like the main things. No,
Main
the more necessary things.
Sir, excuse me. What time are we going to sleep? Cause like you could just stay with us here for a while. Plant biology is not that broad, but certain equations and them thing we got cramped.
That you cramming if you don't need me to cram it. You want company, misery like company.
It feels nice not being alone, you know. We know that we have a teacher expecting a 1.
Too bad your grade 1 ain't coming to me school.
Well said.
All right. So the main things. Transport. Make sure you know xylem and phloem vessels. Xylem vessels transport.
Water.
Minerals.
Minerals and your phloem vessels transport.
Protein.
Manufactured food.
Manufactured food. Might say protein. We want to choke the person, but we wouldn't. Manufactured food, right? So things like glucose or to the storage organ, right? From the leaf to the storage organ. What do we call that process?
Transportation.
Transport.
Location. Translocation.
Translocation.
So that's an example of what kind of transport? Active transport, where you're moving from a low concentration to high concentration. Low concentration to high concentration. And what do you no, that's not diffusion, sweet girl.
Osmosis.
No, so active transport isn't the movement of ions from low to high concentration.
Low concentration to high concentration. And what do you need to move that from low concentration to high concentration?
Energy.
Energy. Passive transport would be 2 examples. What are those 2 examples? Osmosis.
Diffusion.
Osmosis is where you have water molecule moving, and diffusion is where you have
gas molecules.
No. Water
Particles.
and particles, so gas and liquids, right? So osmosis is really a type of diffusion. Diffusion is both liquids and gases. Osmosis is only water. So can you see how the osmosis is an example of the diffusion?
Yes, sir.
They like to ask that question in the exam. So again, osmosis is the movement of water molecules from a region of
high concentration.
High concentration to low concentration
through
across a semi-permeable membrane.
semi-permeable membrane, partially permeable membrane, all that same thing, right? And diffusion is what? Movement of particles
from area of high concentration to low.
Always high concentration to low concentration.
Until evenly distributed.
The only one that has low to high is what?
Active transport.
Active transport.
Very good. Very good. What else? What else? I hate plant biology, to be honest. What else? Oh, let's talk about sexual reproduction in plants. Somebody go. I mean, my students were exhausted this yesterday in class, so somebody from any other country.
All right, Guyana. So there are 2 types of reproduction in plants, sexual and asexual. Somebody else back me up now.
That's all you know?
Yeah, so there are definitely 2 types of reproduction in plants.
So sexual, there's always sexual and asexual, right? So in plants, the sexual reproduction requires 2 parents, like you know, male and female, and the asexual part requires only 1 parent. So what's happening in sexual reproduction? You have a pollen grain that comes from the anther and lands on the stigma. That pollen grain goes down the style, through the tubule, enters the ovary, and fuses with the ovule. Right? Lands on the stigma, goes down the style, enters the ovary, fuses with the ovule. The ovule that is fused becomes the zygote. That zygote becomes the seed, and the entire ovary becomes the fruit. Too much?
Wait, I have to break that apart.
Let's go again.
Please run it down slowly.
Anther releases a pollen grain. The pollen grain lands on the stigma. The pollen grain goes down the style in the tubule, enters the ovary. The pollen grain fuses with the ovule. The ovule, when it's fertilized, is the zygote. The zygote becomes the fruit, becomes the seed rather, and the entire ovary becomes the fruit. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So what's pollination? Where that pollen grain is getting to that stigma, right? What is fertilization here in this plant? What's fertilization in this plant?
Pollen grains fusing with the ovule.
Pollen grain fusing with the ovule, same as the zygote, right? And when that happens, that fusion happens, and that's a seed, and the entire ovary becomes the fruit. The flowers fall off because they don't need to be attracting bees anymore. Right. Good. So that's that. Something else comes to my mind. We can't do everything, guys. I'm sorry. We can't do everything. But I'm just trying to pick my mind of the most important things. You see, if we had the paper, we would know exactly what to look at.
When you're finished.
Sorry.
So, but you have the paper.
No, I
That's what I'm
don't.
saying.
No, I don't. Yeah, see, tomorrow something
Sir,
hard come.
sir, we not snitch. Just give you a little sneak peek.
Tell you what.
Eh.
I can drop
Leaky paper, leaky paper.
I can drop the bank account information there. And if you
All
can
right,
give me
sir.
So you
How
don't
much
see if I can
then?
hear
Like
you.
a little
a
1.5 mil can do? Anything for this one.
Remember
man,
you're live.
I love you. Y'all good. And see, I like the girl there. Girl looking out for me well-being. Not like you people. Nah, y'all good. Y'all know y'all content. I can sense it. You guys are gonna do well. You know, but I'll tell you this: whatever question they bring, the question often has a hint in it. If you read the question carefully and read the next question, it can help you with the question above. So just don't panic. Especially when they bring about the plants and so on, don't panic. Just read the question above, read the question below. All right? If it doesn't come
And
to you,
pray.
and
Pray,
pray.
please pray.
I'll pray.
Yeah.
Pray for y'all the end of this life too, right? So don't worry. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be
Sir,
all
I
right.
want you to go over mitosis and meiosis before we go.
Right. That is why I wanted to talk about mitosis.
Any reason you want to talk about mitosis?
Pardon? You trying to set me up? You lie. So, Matt. All right, take a washroom break quickly. Coming back. I gotta go. But it's always stop watching the people on YouTube though, is what they're saying there. Let me check quickly what YouTube going on with. Yeah, evolution. We gotta talk about evolution. Listen, can't talk about everything. And you want to really talk about antibiotic resistance though. Can't talk about everything though.
Sir, we could always push that little sacrifice, you know.
No. I'm a big
I
man.
don't mind paying, bro.
I done tired.
You could
Don't
drop the
mind
bank
it.
account. I don't mind paying.
You.
I'm serious.
Boy.
Sir, then you know what? We get grade 1.
So why am I doing this if I don't want y'all to grade 1?
Ungrateful.
On right? Right?
I saying.
Imagine you do 99, you know, and you do the one thing. The man want to get grade 1. One thing, you know. They gotta be a red woman.
Real.
Sir, what is it with you and the red woman?
Sir,
I've
that
heard
really
that
hurt
woman
you,
want-
know,
had a
sir.
history.
Very discriminatory.
Let's talk about mitosis and meiosis quickly. So remember PMAT? PMAT. Wow, this is nice and simple here, bye. Look at this. This looks sweet. Let me take a picture of this.
Sorry, zoom in.
I'll send it to the group. So you're gonna just watch this before you go in the exam tomorrow.
Group, what group?
My students group, but they can't get free class the night before the exam and +1 9 group 2. I'm tell
Check the chat.
check the chat just now.
Sir, is how much thing you tell me for look at before I go in the exam? Me get them photographic memory and them things.
Cram.
Well, you look at one and you just
Cramming
bring.
is not good.
Enough
Cramming is
cramming
not
ain't good
good.
at this point.
What
Us
topic?
Chinese don't really cram, you know, sir. We just go in there and pass on them things.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We
we
just
make
go
a
on
bluff
answer
thing.
the question, huh? All right.
Sorry,
mhm.
before you come from the admissible group.
Why you want to be added to the group? What was I doing? Yeah, we talk about mitosis and meiosis. Where does mitosis occur?
Body cells.
In the body cells or the somatic cells. So all over the body, mitosis will occur. To make sure let's say a cut happens and you want to heal and repair, mitosis happens to replace those damaged cells. So mitosis happens in the body cells, or what we call the somatic cells, SOMATIC, somatic cells. Now, meiosis happens only 2 places, in what we call the germ cells or the sex cells. So in this production of sperm and the production of the secondary oocyte or the egg, that's where meiosis happens. Mitosis happens everywhere, but meiosis only happens in the production of
sex.
Offspring.
Sperm and germ cell.
Don't say offspring in the sex cell or the
Sex
germ
cells.
the germ cell, right? So in a small toe, in your small toe, what type of cell division occurs in your small toe?
Mitosis.
Mitosis.
In the penis, what type of cell division occurs?
Meiosis.
No.
Mitosis.
Somebody said meiosis. Meiosis only happens where? In the germ cell. The germ cell is not the penis. The germ cell is inside the production of the sperm, which is happening where? Where is the production of sperm happening?
Testes.
The testis. So inside the testis, that's where meiosis happens. Everything else is mitosis. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the plants quickly. Where would meiosis happens in the plant?
Pollen grain.
In the ovary.
Pollen grain or the ovule.
Sir, repeat the question.
In plants, the meiosis will happen in the pollen grain or the production of the pollen grain and the production of the ovule, because meiosis will lead to variation, but mitosis will not have variation. Your offspring will be just like the parent. Are we there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But if they ask you to draw tomorrow diagrams of mitosis or meiosis, you'll remember this simple diagram here. So remember the process is PMAT, prophase, metaphase, anaphase, telophase. What's happening in them? In the prophase, you have the chromosome condensing and duplicating. In metaphase, they line up at the equator. The spindles are formed. In anaphase, you would have the spindles starting to pull those chromosomes apart to complete the chromatids. Thank you. That's who, Shania?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, because I yelled it about that several times yesterday. Good. Your chromatids are pulled apart, and as your chromosomes lined up there, which are now your chromatids, as they're pulled apart by your spindles to go to the opposite side of the poles, you have basically anaphase. You complete the process with telophase and cytokinesis. Cytokinesis, what happens at cytokinesis? What happens at cytokinesis?
You have your two separate daughter cells.
No, but what is cytokinesis? You have the duplication of the cytoplasm, right? Which completes the process of the forming of the two daughter cells. In mitosis, the daughter cells look just like the parent. Remember that. Daughter cell look like the parent. And what number is that? That's a 2n number. In other words, it's a diploid number. So you have 46 chromosomes at the start and 46 chromosomes at the end. Everybody understands that?
Yes, sir.
But in meiosis, if you start off with 46 chromosomes, at some point it will become 23. That's the haploid number. The number of chromosomes are halved. N versus 2n. I know you all have to cheat for passing maths, so you might not understand 2n. Try. Good. So 2n half. So remember, meiosis halves the cell, while mitosis duplicates, right? So the duplication happens, and you have your diploid number at the end of mitosis. At the end of meiosis, you have haploid number, because you want to produce the sperm with 23 chromosomes and an egg with another 23 chromosomes. When you put those 23 together, you will have the diploid number being restored when fertilization happens. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
There's a song for mitosis by Peter Wetterall on YouTube. Okay, good. Look at that, cram that. That's good stuff. I like hear things like that, you know? Check it out. Check out the song that Alistair is talking about. Good. So that's that. Listen, it's past my bedtime. I need to go. Oh, look at this here. This is a nice shoot. This here. No, me like the one. This one here. Let me see this one. Comparing mitosis and meiosis occurs in all organisms. Look, see what you're saying here. Body cells are somatic cells, like blood cells, okay. One cell division, diploid number, genetically identical, so therefore no variation. They have 46 chromosomes, all of what I just spoke about there, right? Meiosis occurs only where? In the sex or the germ cell, like the sperm cell, like the ovum. Oh, Lord. Produces haploid. You got to know haploid and diploid, you know, student. It's a biology exam. You have to know the difference between those two words, right? 4 times saying you go in, but proceeds to teach. I'm going just now. Keep saying the haploid.
No, yeah, don't chase, sir.
Haploid means half, right? So a cell has 46 chromosomes. After meiosis occurs, the chromosome number is half, 23. So that when 23 from the egg mixed with 23 from the sperm, you have 46 being restored. But in mitosis, after mitosis, you always have a cell with 46 chromosomes. What's the similarity? Yeah, it occurs, both of them occurs in both. Yeah. Starts with a diploid parent. Yes, they start with a diploid parent. In mitosis, the diploid relationship is maintained, but in meiosis, it is small, it's halved to produce that haploid number. Both of them produce new cells, both of them undergo DNA replication. Same steps, yes, the PMAT. The same step you're talking about is the PMAT, right? I'll get a nice little diagram here. But remember, these things here is just showing you 1 or 2 chromosomes, because we can't really use 46 to explain this thing, right? This is a simplified version of it. And if you notice in the meiosis one here, can you see the variation? So it look different here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's why I want you to see variation in meiosis. Mitosis, no variation. It looks exactly like the parent. Mitosis look exactly like the parent. All right? Mm-hmm. But remember, meiosis has two divisions, right? Remember, meiosis has meiosis 1 and meiosis 2. Uh-huh. Good. That's it. Now let's pray.
Y'all could find the next topic quickly, you know.
No, next topic. My ears are.
Sir, you compare, sir.
Yes.
Sir. We are ready, you know. We are ready.
You're
Don't
ready.
leave me yet.
I am
Don't
ready.
go yet.
This got
There's so much more to do.
This got to be ready.
Sorry, almost dies. Almost
Why you
dies.
do that to me, man? You need to forgive and forget your past, you know, sir.
We're talking
Sir,
about homeostasis? What are we talking about? Uh-huh.
we want to go over almost dies.
Homeostasis?
Yeah, whatever it would be.
All right, let me look for a video because I shut up talking.
So do it on
Is that a light
pregnancy,
on, sir?
please.
What about pregnancy? What are we talking about?
With the contractions and stuff.
Oh, positive feedback. What this video talk? This video has it. Homeostasis. Mm-hmm. Let's look at it. Let me enhance video sharing. Good. Let's begin.
Did you know just sitting here right now, you're doing something absolutely remarkable? Well, your cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, yes, we just leveled up those biological levels of organization, they're all working towards something called homeostasis. It's a state of balance. Yes, homeostasis means many things in your body. For example, that your blood stays within a certain pH level range. It means that your blood glucose remains within a certain range. It means your internal body temperature stays within a certain range. See, we've mentioned the major body systems before and that they work together. And today we're going to talk about how they work together using something called positive and negative feedback. And also how this relates to homeostasis. So many years ago, I had a pet bearded dragon. Her name was Debbie, and she was the best lizard ever. Debbie used to sit on our couch with me when I'd watch TV, and she loved to have her chin scratched. I even got her a bearded dragon leash so I could take her outside. Yeah, they make those. Anyway, Debbie loved her heat lamp. She would sit under the heat lamp on her rock, and when she got too hot, she would get off her rock and out of the heat lamp range and go somewhere else. She had a huge enclosure too because I wanted Debbie to be a happy lizard so she could find an ideal temperature. Well, why all this talk about Debbie? Well, Debbie is an example of an animal that some people refer to as cold-blooded, or a fancier term, ectotherm. We actually like the fancier term a bit better, though, because her blood isn't necessarily cold. Her body temperature can fluctuate with the environment. But not you. You are warm-blooded, or the fancier term, an endotherm. Your body works hard to keep the internal temperature it keeps. It's also a beautiful example of something called negative feedback. Before we define it, let us show you this example. Say you're in an environment that is very hot, like being outside in the Texas summer heat. That's typically hot. Thanks to nerves which can act as sensors, the brain notices this. It will send signals to counteract this variable. Sweat glands do what they do best, sweat. Heat is lost as that sweat evaporates off your skin. You may have some redness too. That's because your blood vessels are getting wider, dilating, in order to help get rid of that heat. And the result, whether you realize it or not, helps you lower your body temperature. But wait, what if you go inside now and the AC is blasting? You'll stop sweating. You may even shiver. The muscle contractions of shivering can generate heat. And those blood vessels will now decrease in diameter size, constrict, to help you conserve the heat because that makes it harder for the heat to escape. Your body temperature can increase then. This is negative feedback. So a simplified definition, negative feedback is when some variable triggers a counteracting response in order to come back to some set point. If we consider that this whole thing is actually a negative feedback loop, we can see that the negative feedback brings the body back to the set point, which in this case is a stable temperature, keeping homeostasis. Negative feedback is also going
Good.
on
Just
in
to
the
make sure everybody
regulation of your
understands
glucose.
that. Negative feedback, that's how they're going to introduce the question if it comes tomorrow. They're asking you what is negative feedback, and then they will ask you to explain how the blood glucose level maintains homeostasis. So what is negative feedback? It's the body's ability to do something opposite to what is done to maintain homeostasis. So if your blood sugar goes up, the body has to do something to do what?
Carry it down.
Bring it back. So the bringing it down is a negative feedback, right? And the positive feedback is when it's happening on the same, the reaction is happening on the same side. So for example, if blood pressure was if blood sugar was one example of positive feedback, it's not, it's a negative feedback. But if it was a positive feedback, when the blood sugar goes up, the positive feedback would make it go up more. And that's not what happens. The only positive feedback you need to know for the exam is giving birth. The more oxytocin is released to contract the uterus to push the baby out, more oxytocin is released. So the more release, the more release. The more release, the more release. So it's causing a positive feedback which tries to get that baby out. Right? Good. So I hope they talk about that here, but she's giving too much of damn examples.
Your blood sugar. Okay, we're really simplifying this here, as we often do. But when glucose, blood sugar, is too high, one hormone that is released is insulin. I always imagine insulin as this hormone that makes the cells say, feed me, because it has the ability to make cells take in glucose. On the flip side, if glucose is too low in the blood, a hormone called glucagon can be released. This hormone can have many effects, and one of them is that it can cause the liver to release glucose into the blood. There's more to the regulation of blood sugar than this, but you can see
how does that
negative
happen?
Feedback.
How
You
does the
have
liver release
counteracting
glucose? We
responses
know
here.
this. We went through this here tonight. It causes what to happen?
Like
Glycogen to break
transport,
glucose, right?
glycogen to glucose.
Very good. Continue.
In order to keep homeostasis. So, what about positive feedback? Positive feedback is when, instead of getting a counteracting response to some variable, you instead intensify the variable. Positive feedback can be like more, instead of let's counteract this. The example that always stuck with me when I was a student is the example about the human baby being born. In biology classrooms everywhere, it's a classic example. When a human baby is ready to be born, there's pressure on the cervix, and that pressure and the hormones involved cause contractions of the uterus, because that's a big part about how the baby is going to be born. More release of hormones will equal more contractions and pressure, which will cause more release of hormones. And more release of hormones will mean more contractions and pressure. Contractions help get the baby out, but it's also a part of a beautiful illustration of what positive feedback can do. So why do we care about feedback? Other than, the importance of negative feedback in maintaining homeostasis and the role of positive feedback in many body processes. Well, we also need to understand feedback so we can understand what is happening when there is a problem in the feedback systems. One example, perhaps you've heard of type 1 diabetes. It's a disorder that can mean that your pancreas, which is an organ that is involved with making some hormones like insulin, is not working correctly. Insulin is not produced, and because of that, one issue is that you're not going to be able to get glucose, the blood sugar, into your cells. Now, glucose outside of the cells cannot be used in cellular respiration. The cells need to take the glucose in to make ATP energy in cellular respiration. Therefore, your cells need to be able to take in the glucose to survive. So many type 1 diabetics need to give themselves insulin and monitor their blood sugar because the negative feedback may not work as it should. Well, that's
Good.
it for
You
the Rhesus
understand that?
sisters.
Any questions from that?
No, sir.
That's pretty much what we mentioned earlier, just that we didn't talk about the actual negative feedback and positive feedback, what we explained it. Are we going to do a marathon for paper one? Paper one is just close your eyes and guess. You don't need to do a marathon for paper one.
Sorry, don't close me and guess and see sex.
English B.
Yeah, with exception to that.
Okay.
Good one. Yeah, no problem. Somebody said this topic for the night. Yeah, if you guys are tired, you can go. I just want to do 2 more quick short videos with you because I'm really tired, so I'm not gonna explain. I'm just gonna look at a video on insulin, production of insulin. That's your genetic engineering question. Production of insulin, and hope we can get. Anybody had recorded a class where we talk about insulin production in school? I guess not.
Sorry, sending voice notes.
Oh yeah, the send voice. Oh right. So okay, if they order, if they want it, we can send it to them. All right, the persons who are we gonna start? We're gonna start with just now. All right. Let me quickly look for the video. How long is this? 9 minutes? This is too long. Let's just cut to the chase, man. 10 minutes. It's too long. 4 minutes. This is the guy. Jeez.
इसको डिस्कस करेंगे बेसिकली जेनेटिक
Hey,
इंजीनियरिंग
no
जो
joke.
है
When you want to explain something, you get Indian guy on YouTube explaining it by.
Real, sir. Real.
Real save your life by.
Do I understand them though? No.
recombinant DNA technology है which involve the artificial synthesis, modification, removal, addition, repair of genetic material. यानी जितनी भी अगर कोई जेनेटिक जो है वो डिसऑर्डर आ जाते हैं, डिफेक्ट्स आ जाते हैं, तो थ्रू जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग उनको रिपेयर किया जा सकता है, मॉडिफाई किया जा सकता है या उस डिफेक्ट को रिमूव.
Yes, sir. Don't talking like English.
Let's go. So in the human cell, in the DNA, in the nucleus of the human cell, we remove the gene for production of insulin. Right? When we remove that gene, we put that gene in a bacterium. Right? We use E. coli, the bacterium, E. coli, because that multiplies very quickly. When we put that gene, we put it in the form of a plasmid inside the bacteria. When we put that inside there, when this bacteria multiplies, it produces insulin with it because insulin is now inside that gene, inside that DNA, right? So as it's producing more bacteria, it's also producing more insulin. Then we remove the insulin from what is being produced, purify it, and use it as vaccines for persons who are diabetic, right? Injections for persons who are diabetic, right? Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Remove the DNA that codes for production of insulin. We put that DNA or that chromosome or that piece of chromosome into the bacterium. We use E. coli bacteria. We put that as a plasmid, which is a circular piece of DNA. Don't need to know that. I don't know why I'm saying that, but it goes into the bacteria. As the bacteria multiplies, it's also producing that insulin producing quantity or quality. And as it produces insulin, every time it multiplies, it produces more and more insulin. We can then process that insulin, purify it, and use it. All right? Make sense? That's genetic engineering. That's the most common must-know example of genetic engineering. Are we there, students?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so can you repeat the example, please?
This here is the example. This whole thing. We're in the human cell, we remove the DNA for processing or making of insulin. We put that DNA into the bacterium. We use the bacterium E. coli. Every time the bacteria it multiplies every 15 minutes. Every time it multiplies, it produces insulin. We then purify the insulin after 1,000+ replication processes. We purify the insulin and we use the insulin to give diabetics. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
And there was another thing I wanted to talk about, resistance now. We look for a nice short video on antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance is an example of natural selection. GSCE. Like type in GSCE because once you see GSCE, GSCE is the British equivalent of CXC. So those videos are your level.
Now, you've probably heard of antibiotic resistance. In this video, we're going to explore how it happens and why it's such a problem. If you remember, antibiotics are a group of drugs that can kill bacteria. And the most well-known example is penicillin, which was the first one to be discovered almost 100 years ago. At first, it was able to kill loads of different types of bacteria. But because we've been using it for so long, some types of bacteria have now become resistant to it. So the first thing we need to understand is how this resistance happens in the first place. Imagine that you had a colony of bacteria inside you, which was giving you a sore throat and a headache. So you decide to go to the doctors, and they give you some antibiotics. The hope is that the antibiotics will come into contact with the bacteria and kill them. However, like all organisms, bacteria sometimes develop random mutations in their DNA, which can change their characteristics. And very occasionally, these changes result in the bacteria being less affected by the antibiotic. Or in other words, it's become resistant to the antibiotic. So now, even though the antibiotic kills most of the bacteria, this resistant one survives. And because bacteria can replicate so quickly, and also because there are no longer any other bacteria to compete with, the resistant bacteria quickly forms a new colony of its own, which all have the gene for antibiotic resistance. So we call this new type of bacteria an antibiotic-resistant strain. Because the antibiotics you're using aren't effective anymore, you're still infected, and so you can pass on these antibiotic-resistant bacteria to other people. Then if they go to the doctor and get the same antibiotic that you had, it won't work. So they'll have to go back to the doctor and need a different antibiotic. For most people, this new type of antibiotic will work and will kill the bacteria. But just like before, very occasionally, some of the bacteria will develop resistance to this different type of antibiotic as well, and it will go on to grow into a new colony. So now, the bacteria are resistant to two types of antibiotics. And as you can imagine, this process could happen again and again, until the bacteria become resistant to loads of different types of antibiotics. We call these bacteria that are resistant to lots of different types of antibiotics superbugs. An example of a superbug is MRSA, which is resistant to a whole bunch of.
How can we prevent this from happening? They can ask you that in the exam. Use antibiotics only when given by a doctor. Use antibiotics.
Use the prescriptions, right, sir? I think you don't overdose or use them consistently.
Yep, use it when the doctor tells you to use it and use it completely. You can't stop using it because you get better. Even though you get better, there's still bacteria in you, but you have to increase you have to complete the dose to kill all the bacteria, right? Randomly, what's incubation period?
Time taken for disease to showcase the first sign or symptom.
Right. So the time taken between infection and the time the first signs and symptom appear, right? So what are some factors that can cause difference in incubation period? What can either increase incubation period or decrease incubation period?
Sir, I didn't study for bio, but I'm assuming the immunity, the body's immunity.
Yep, the body's immunity, the body's
Often opportunistic disease.
if the body has any disease. So for example, in a person who's diabetic or hypertension or cancer, the immune system will be weaker. So that would affect that. What else? Diet, right? If the person has a poor diet or the person is obese, that's also going to affect the person's immunity. And therefore, that also will affect the incubation period of diseases. Right? Good. So that's that. Somebody wants to look at the structure of the leaf. Just look at that one before you go to the exam. We are done. We are done. Done, done, done. If we didn't talk about it tonight, it's not coming.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
We have
Okay.
1 minute and then say something.
I'm gonna rewatch this whole life.
Hey,
Real.
I done. Nice
Sir,
talking
I
to
coming for you if these things I gonna study now for bio and I coming for you. If these things in company exam are reaching.
Let's do a quick prayer. Let's do a quick prayer. Close your eyes. Let's acknowledge God. Dear God, we come before your throne of mercy, your throne of grace this evening to thank you for what you have done for us, oh God. Lord, you know your people, oh God, and you know the destiny that you have in store for them, oh God. You know these children have worked hard to come to this time, oh God. We pray against every spirit of nervousness. We pray against every forgetful spirit. We pray against every spirit of feeling as though they are not good enough. As they go to the exam, oh God, we ask that you remember them like you remember Abraham. Remember them like you remember Isaac. Remember them as you remember Jacob, oh God. You said in your word, your people shall be the head and not the tail. They shall be above and not beneath. They shall be victors and never victims, oh God. Today we're holding upon your word for you. Your people shall be the head and not the tail. They shall be above and not beneath. They shall be victors and not victims, oh God. We're holding upon your word. Every plan of the devil, oh God, we destroy it. We dismantle it in Jesus' name and we say it is done, oh God. At the end of this journey, oh God, the glory, the honor, and the praise belongs to you and you alone. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And all the best, guys. Y'all got this. Eat the paper up. Good night, everybody.
All the best, everyone. Good night.
Nice.
Good night, sir.
Good luck, everyone. Good night.
Good luck. Good luck. Make yourself proud.
Thank you again, sir.
Welcome.
Thanks very much, sir.
Welcome, guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, me, I go bring that grade one they give you.
Good, good. That's the spirit. That's the spirit.